Glorious sandwich. Go live has been pushed. Okay. Tempted to keep it on small screen so you don't see what is about to be a delicious mess, i.e. this sarnie, but also I'm starving. And... Alright. Kakazi, Watto and welcome. Indeed, an om nom. Haven't heard anyone om nom nom in a while. Wolfgrad first! And... Om nom nom nom. No one's om nom nommed in a while. You get more of the wee wee wee. And Alf, thank you kindly. It's good to be back. Alright, Wolfgrad. So here's the thing. Wolfgrad, you are now at 4. So is Lance. I do believe that tomorrow is the last day of the month, right? Yes. So it basically comes down to a quick draw contest between you and Verdon. Lance, Yeti, or Nova can gum up the works with a 3-way tie. But and Vanderbeest, Watto and welcome. Good to see you all. And I promise I will not do rampant amounts of self-flagellation. But I will eat this sandwich, which is already leaking. Look, my personal philosophy is that if you don't have to hose yourself down after eating a sarnie, you made it wrong. Puns, Watto and welcome. How you holding up? Come on in, friends, come on in. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling a pint glass. It's Game Club night, but as always, you don't need to play the games to join in. And they've sent me a thing that they call the club map, but basically like a set series of questions. So, it's going to be interesting. We'll see how it goes. Playing some Icarus? Hells yeah. Wait. Do you mean the survivally round-based Icarus, or is this shorthand for crazy shit you found in Silverfish? And Legend, Watto and welcome. The base builder, okay. In space. Like, I didn't work on it. It wasn't even a twinkle in Dean's eye when I was at Rocketworks, but it seems to have done very, very good. It does feel a little bit like... it does feel a little bit like failing upwards, but, you know, there we go. You know. Sorry. Sorry. By which I mean, like, Icarus did have a very, very rocky start, but it had a core that did very, very well. And excuse me while I stuff my face. And I really appreciate looking at craft and survival as an experience in a loop. We don't have to clip my eating. Dustin, Watto, and welcome. Caffeine, hello. Because it's Game Club night. We're going to be talking about Anodyne 2. Yeah, no, I'm going to go get one of those right now. We are talking about Anodyne 2. and I have very complicated feelings about this game. Not complicated like Recall complicated, but complicated. Oh, do you want a napkin? Mm-hmm. I need one. And to this end, I am going to need a cup of wine in an hour or so. Ugh. So yeah. Come on in, friends, come on in. I'll do Discord reposts and whatnot. But yeah, puns, I hope you're having a really good time with it. Sorry, with Icarus, because, like, you know, Sorry, here's me trying to do all of the things. Let's let people know we're live. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it is fine. I really appreciate that it looks at craft and survival as a thing that you might want to do in loops. You know, something that you can play, have a session with a start and an end. You know, it's always that weird feeling when someone's like, oh, hey, you should join our Ark server or our 7 Days to Die server. And you're like, oh, you'll have been playing for like 2 weeks and there is literally nothing for me to do here. Cool. I'm so glad I was invited to do nothing. J Post, what home welcome. Oh shit, Puns is up to second character on Silverfish. Yeah, well, actually, what happened to your first one? What do you mean, did they pull a will?
Make an enemy of everyone in the game, and then.
Hey, I learned, so y'all didn't have to. John Deere and J Post, if I didn't, Watto and welcome. Okay, so Puns is that they could pay off their debt and have only one more quest. Okay. Yeah, I had that with Attica's Zone Patrol. And I was at the point where I was just waiting for like the next chapter to drop. Captain Stephanie Barnes, Watto and welcome. Forgive me all while I am wearing my sandwich well. Oh. Okay, so I'm just waiting to see if Game Club do a promo. Got to get the, what's it called, the game map ready to go. I have not been on the ball for the last couple of days for games news, so if there's anything I have missed, feel free to bring it on up while we're getting everything together. Okay, here we go. Anodyne 2 meetup map. Watching the Silk Song VODs. I won't spoil anything for you, which is weird to be the thing that could be spoiled. But my thumb hurts after Tuesday. But you know what? I'm feeling good. Feeling good? Feeling great. What the fuck is this? 10 pages. Okay, Jesus. The fun thing, friends, we're gonna have to take a group photo at some point tonight. That's gonna be fun. Just no pulling faces. Numbers, Watto and welcome. How you doing? And caffeine, that's fair, that's fair. Honestly, the gods of Arena Breakout are fickle and strange. Like, I got dog walked at 8 o'clock in the morning, but then I stayed up late on a Tuesday and I was like, I was the new paradigm. I was the danger. Oh, Chazini, Watto, and welcome. Oh, no! Oh, numbers, I'm sorry, friend. Is it just a USB controller? And the poppin', I can do you just that. Although, we might be bantering more than we're playing tonight. So tonight is our game club night. We've been doing the game club now for... This is our third game? It's a book club for games. And today's one is Anodyne 2. Now, you don't need to have played it to hang out. You don't need to be a part of the game club to hang out. If you'd like to join, please do. Because the way it works is if you get it now, you'll get charged on the first, and that's also when we find out what the next game is. And I've been trying to think how to, what's the word? How to sum up my feelings on this. So I'm making sure I eat a crap load of meat, cheese, bread, and vegetables so I can get a fucking cup of wine in my system and slow my brain down enough so I can actually analyze what this game is. Because it is not what I thought we were going into. But I'm getting ahead of myself. But yeah, jumping back, I will say, Captain Steph, once you catch up with the Silk Song VODs, I'm very proud of my performance on Tuesday. I did good. Okay, so numbers, that's not bad. I mean, I will say, the Powerade one that Kevin gave me, well, I had to kind of fuck around with it a bit to get it working. Once it got working, it's been really good. Yeah, it was a hidden little button where you switch it between Bluetooth and USB, yeah. Which you found.
Yeah.
Thank you. But it has some of the functionality of the Xbox Elite controllers, but not at a fucking nearly $300 price tag. Indeed, caffeine, indeed. And yeah, caffeine, like, Arena's not going anywhere. I'm kind of determined to see if I can finish the missions on this season.
According to my boss, the best sandwiches can be found in India. Just walk into any deli.
That is very funny on many levels. Ehrman, thank you. Oh, so look, friends, I'm not going to ask you a blanket, how are you doing? Because I think anyone who doesn't have some kind of existential scream locked and loaded, I mean, I want to know what drugs you have, and can I have some? But it is Friday. We have made it. We've got good company, good Sani. Mine's currently falling apart. And the thing I like about the game club discussion is that, like, everybody's welcome to dive in. Caffeine, same brain. Mood kindred. Mood kindred. The amount of times I will get out of the shower, look at myself in the mirror and go, are you also a piece of shit? How does a fucking Warhammer Flash cartoon, well, Flash-ish cartoon series have so many quotes in my brain? Kai, Fuscane, hero of the Imperium. Sorry. That's the impression that no one asked for. So yeah, yeah, we're going to be doing Anodyne 2. I might boot up the game and drive around a little, because oh yeah, so friends, you've probably got like 15, 20 minutes before we actually like get into discussion proper. So if you also want to get snacks, beverages, alcoholic or otherwise, hell, I know I said we were going to do a cocktail evening, and I haven't really planned when we're going to do that. That might be a next week thing. But if you have the opportunity, make yourself a nice bevy tonight before we get started. And again, I'm not saying it has to be booze, but like, I don't know, just fancy soda over ice, throw in a little lime juice or something, you know? Make yourself something nice. You got plenty of time. Sorry, I was just laughing because like most people have one of those like starting soon screens on Twitch. You lot just have to put up with me putting a sandwich in my face. Exactly. So, for those of you who already have your beverages and sandwiches ready, what you been playing? How you doing? To the Space Cadet of Seattle, Watto and welcome.
The day after the cocktail stream will feature ginger ales.
Yeah, Ehrman, you've seen me drunk before, you know. You know. And Vern, you are correct in that any other hole is ill-advised, but not off the table. Ooh. Shauna is back when I used to commute, I had to make
Captain on the bridge.
Oh!
Did you know that deer can jump higher than houses? This is due to the deer's powerful hind legs, and also that houses can't jump. Viking 64 slug dab.
Okay, so while I have heard that before, that is one of my favorite jokes. That and the thing about someone mixing up jump and leap. I think it was on a wiki article. It says lions can leap 27 feet. It's like, what the fuck? No! Oh god! Lions from the sky! But jumping back, Jonas was saying they lost a day to pre-hard mode Terraria. Also, I kind of want to try and make homemade Hot Pockets now. Because, like, Hot Pockets are fine. You know, they're kind of like the Murica steak bake. But they're obviously... You know, they should not be indulged on the daily because fuck knows what goes into those. But being able to make your own? Ooh. Ooh. Humanity craves carb-wrapped meat. Yeah, we fucking do. Mortland's been catching up on UFO 40. Not Blaster Master's gotten addicted. Yes. Okay, so Immortal, has Mugenics dropped? Because I was following what's-his-face on TikTok, but then TikTok's gone to... To say TikTok's gone to shit makes me sound like an old man, but TikTok's gone to bad. So I haven't really been keeping up with it. Because Mugenics was announced... God. There are children who can now speak that didn't exist before Mugenics' announcement.
This message is brought to you by the Ugly Shopping District, where you can find all your UGG needs. Please stop asking about the mug store.
The ugly store next to the... Oh, God. Akari, thank you for the 200. How are you doing? And Ketterall, that Call of Project Silverfish is strong.
Have you ever heard of a Freudian slip? It's when you say one thing, but you mean a mother.
Alright, puns, that was good. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, and Akari, good on you. I'm really happy to see you're keeping going with online rock, paper, scissors. And like, once you've got base functionality out, I'm more than happy to help you with like a, you know, essentially like a dev plan. Because you're getting to the puppin. You're getting to the point, Akari, where you should really start thinking about getting that Steam app ID so you can test it using like Steamworks and stuff. You don't have to do a train. Sorry. What I should say is, thank you. Giving me an opportunity to stuff Sani in my face before we get started. Okay, and sorry, jumping back in. So Immortal Ends, February 10th is release day. And yeah, Mutagenics was going to be a 1v1 cat battling game. Anyway, so to the Space Cadet of Seattle, how are you doing? What on welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, we're doing our monthly game club. Yeah, I don't know if this is the sort of thing that that interests you. Basically, kind of like a blind box book club, where we get a new game each month and then we kind of talk about it. We still got a little while before we start getting into things proper, but the TLDR is Anodyne 2 is...
You said we don't have to, thus we must. This
not
is the
what I
long ship
meant.
way.
Mental Monk, thank you kindly. It's already crept up to a bloody... What is it? 3? God. I'm not supposed to do that when I miss a day, you know? Okay.
Come on down to the jug store. We swear, we just sell large bottles, and not any plastic surgery.
Simple Chaos, thank you for the 1,000. At some point, someone's going to have to draw this whole little weird strip mall that you all have created. Like, I had no hand in this. I just laughed at the rug store, and the rest is history.
Oh my, just in time for the train.
Oh, and a good evening to you, Bacon. How are you doing, friend? No, seriously, Simple Chaos, Mental Monk, all of you, thank you. As I said, I'm not turning this into a pity party or anything like that, but I'm sorry I wasn't here yesterday. It's very good to see you all. I hope you're ready to talk about video games. Because the thing with this is that, I don't know. I was definitely expecting something different with Anodyne 2 than what it gave me. And, like, not to bury the lead, like, we're going to get started in just a sec, but I was up late last night trying to get further than I got on stream. Because for those of you who didn't see, like, I've been, I mean, I guess this has been a lifetime long struggle, but I've been trying to get my sleep schedule onto a better point. And on, what was it, Wednesday? Yeah. Oh, Aeon, what time, welcome. On Wednesday, I actually managed to wake up at a proper point. A decent hour. And I was like, you know what? I didn't sleep a lot last night, but if I can keep going, then I can, you know, power through the day. So with Anodyne 2 being very, very soft and not really having a combat system or any kind of, like, direct engagement stuff and a lot of dialogue, I did find myself nodding off in my chair. But I was tired. Oh.
No need to apologize for yesterday. If the nugs of salad needs, it needs addressing.
What you did there, I saw it. Which of you was it that made the guinea pigs blueprints crossover? Because you are a hero and a legend. Thank you. That made me laugh so much. And again, seriously, thank you for the bits, friends. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, so I didn't get very far. Just a little poke. Just keep it going. Aeon, thank you. I guess I just want to prefix this evening with I did not get any further in Anodyne 2 than y'all saw. I spent last night driving around the fucking map, and then I finally gave in, looked for a guide, and the guide I found was no help at all. And after a certain point, I just gave up. Which I know isn't like me. Usually I'm there to kind of like explore and deconstruct and whatnot, but there's only so many times you can drive the same highway.
Train needs a little zoom juice.
Vanderbeest, thank you for at least trying to fill the pint glass. I'm sorry to say that Little Fire, you were at, was it 1334? J Post, heckin' thank you. Vanderbeest, yeah, your hard work is being repeatedly undone. Well, that was the thing. Because it's like, being stubborn in the face of challenge, in the face of adversity, is something that I'm well practiced at. You've all watched me play Silk Song.
Poor leadership but great execution. Future Jarl review.
Ehrman, did you just review yourself? Also, fucking thank you. Thank you. But no, like numbers, that's the thing. I did stall out. And again, once I've got this in my system, we're gonna get into this proper. Get me wine, sip on that. But Orzine, we will be. I'm just kind of like bantering. You're right, Ehrman. Can't talk shit about Little Fire. That's fair. Ready to go. A Little Fire's playing Mio behind me, which I'm looking forward to playing. I need to get through Silk Song first. The train is still going. It's snuck all the way up to 4 now. Heckin' little terrors. Thank you. Oh, okay. Because like the thing that's bugging me a little bit is I did throw my eyes over into the game club Discord, and I was having a look and seeing what other people got, and there's some cool shit, but I never made it that far, and it wasn't Yeah, again, it wasn't that I came up against challenge and had to stand on my own 2 feet. It was just repeatedly searching the same environment again and again and again, just trying to find somewhere I haven't been. And also, Aeon, not to bury the lead or anything like that. Sorry, not to get ahead of ourselves. It's a very big world, but for lack of direction, there's also one bit which with a huge statue, which looks like the way you should go where I'm stuck, but actually that's the edge of the dust storm. But every time you go there, it procs this little cutscene that you can't skip. And when you're already frustrated, oh, to the Swedish chef. You're goddamn right. Although the train is nearly concluded. And Chef, a good evening to you, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Right, I've got my sustenance. Does anyone else need a couple more minutes just to grab post-hype train snackage, bevies, or otherwise? Would you like anything? I think I'm just gonna go for sparkling water to start. Because I was like, oh, wine? My body's like, hail hydrate. Okay. Well, Chef, hopefully you're feeling better. And tonight's going to be a night of discussion, banter, and nonsense. Oh, you cut me off? Honestly, just after one more sparkling water, it'll be
voice,
fine.
just one more thing.
One more. Well, it's not really anonymous, because everybody's burping. Okay. Oh, god damn it. I bet nobody else running a game club. Ah. Well, see, Chef, now I'm torn because I want to know what you're working on, but also I want to play your next thing, so... Alright, let me just give Mental Monk the pre-banter squattage. Sorry, am I in the way here?
A little bit.
Am I in the way here?
It's a little too thick now with all these squats for me to see.
You sure?
Yeah. Did you get a BBL?
Maybe one day. This time next year, I'm just gonna be chonk. Finally have an ass.
You were not getting a BBL before me.
That's blessed booty life for those who don't know. Okay, so Mental Monk, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the squats. Okay. Let us begin proper. Okay. And if anybody wants to timestamp this for the future, I officially call the Longship Game Club to session. Now, very, very quickly, if you haven't played, I almost said Iodine. If you haven't played Anodyne 2, please don't worry. Feel free to join in the conversation. Like, this isn't supposed to be oh, you're not subscribing? Ah, then you must be gone. Everybody's welcome in this discussion. You don't need to have finished it. I like to think that my games literacy is very high, and I must have missed something while tired or to the otherwise. I mean, I think I was starting to pick up the general themes of it, right? I mean, let me get this together. I think I was starting to pick up the general themes of it, you know, like dust being a shorthand for the imperfections of humanity. Okay, so, and I'm going by the Game Club Meetup map. We're going to try that this week and see if it works first stream. So, quick show of hands. Who played the game? Or has played Anodyne 2 prior? Ark of the Conclave. See, you thought of the game first, which means you lost the game, which means I lost the game. Fucking terror. Okay. Who liked the game? At this point, I think I will probably, because it says don't skip these. I think I'll skip these. Hang on, we'll get some more tunes going. Okay. We'll go for some classic smooth jams. Simple Chaos enjoyed it a fair amount. Yeah. There was definitely a spark to it. It's hard to talk about, right? Because did I like this game? No. Did I see the spark of something there? Possibly. But also, having not been able to get to the meat of it, and not due to a lack of perseverance, not due to a lack of like skill barrier or anything like that. We talked a lot about the difference between good world building and bad world building. We talk about it a lot just in general because we enjoy games like Silksong, Dark Souls, etc., right? The thing about Anodyne is that its world is only allegorious, but it has no weight. But our goal is to clean this world, but the world has no stakes. And you know what this game keeps making me think of is Nier Automata, where the stakes are very clear and your actions make sense, and then it unravels. Then you have your 8-bit demakes and your, you know, strange little robot theaters and whatnot. The game reminds me of Anodyne 1. Verdant, you know what? So long as you're around, I'll never have to worry about taking myself too seriously. See, here's the problem is, I'm now looking at like the following questions for hands, and it's... I mean, here's an interesting one. Did any gameplay moments make you feel...
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Greetings and salutations. The Big 40. What is a mid-Twitch sub-crisis?
Oh, Air Dragon, we don't get to have midlife crises, let alone mid-Twitch crises. Thank you for the 40 months. Seriously. Welcome to Game Club. Big game clubbing, I guess. I didn't really think this through. I definitely need a better intro. So I'm going through the proposed questions of the club map, and then one of them here was, did any gameplay moments make you feel intentionally uncomfortable? Yes, fucking tongue guy. And I went back and I had a look at the tongue guy's card, and like they couldn't make a choice between like this character as being creepy or just hungry and craving, and that lack of focus made him just weird. Dude was like, I don't know, Diet Vimto salad fingers, but it didn't seem to serve anything because the weird little puzzles inside the creepy guy were just weird little puzzles. And Yeti, exercise well, friend. We'll still be here. We just started Game Club. No, look, Chef, I'm glad you're getting to work on some fun stuff. Like, brag away, friend. And it's always good to see you all. Like, you know, you gotta think of it like this is my weird little bar on the internet. If you just pop in to say hello, even though you haven't got time for a drink, that's still okay. And some of you come in and put in your headphones and just zen, and that's okay too. You don't all have to be at the bar nattering. Oh, Vernon, that's so weird. That's so weird. That's so weird.
It's crazy.
That's so crazy. Yeah. Yeah, who's laughing now? Who's laughing now? Yeah. I did. Finally. That's been in the fridge for like 2 weeks. 2 weeks. So jumping back in, sorry. Simplecast was saying, so there's kind of a weird point that turns the creator into this like high school world building DM almost. Well, okay, let's get the game running. Maybe you can help me crack a little bit more than we have gotten. Like, because like I'm looking at these questions, and I guess we'll come back to some of them. Damn, it is. Because the thing that strikes me, and this was the dilemma I was having, right? I don't want to call this bagged. I don't want to call this, overtly pretentious. The open world element to it doesn't really add a lot except for make me get completely fucking lost. And now, I'm not engaging with the thematics. I'm engaging with mechanics, and I'm mad. And the whole point of this is it's supposed to be, allegorical mechanics. So hang on, I'm gonna boot the game. We'll keep it in talk show mode. Because like one of the things I did enjoy was, at one point you meet essentially some a happy little flower guy who is supposed to be allegorical for kind of like the creator's happy-go-lucky-ness. Yes, the game is very unfocused. And I think of Dr. Landskov, the Tiger and the Terribly Cursed Emerald, about how that is nothing but focus. And in that game, you can't really actually fail. With this, like early on, I was like, oh shit, okay, so we've got like a little exclamation mark, an apple, a sparkly thing. Okay, those aren't mini-map icons. Those are just drawn onto the map. So when you go into the overworld, there's no consistency. You can't find where you are. In fact, the minimap is such a I don't know, RPG Maker tier hack. So here, there's your little guy. Oh, look at us wiggling back and forth. You know, oh, the island sure does look like the face that you have in your little machine. You know, it looks like the glandular seed. Oh, these are the cards I've managed to acquire so far. I need to find 2 more before I can progress, but I cannot find where the fuck to get them. So I got Robo Guy. I got both the farming village and the Jeff the Golem. I got the car wash and somehow the Jade Highway. So yeah. Because as I understand it, it does get... Whoa, okay. Here's the thing. You cannot call this game meta-narrative. While it does reference itself a little bit, ultimately it's all an allegorical poem. God, I've been on this fucking map so many times. And the problem being is that... So last night I rewatched that video about myhouse.wad. And the thing is, myhouse.wad is so esoteric. Like, you cannot solve that. I mean, maybe you could if you're a sicko. But that is not something that you can solve. Oh, Space Cadet, you absolutely do. I'll spoil nothing, but I would say... make a stream night of it, play through it once or twice yourself, and then let people guide you. Because getting the full final ending of myhouse.wad is worth every moment. And there are so many gorgeous details, you know. And if you haven't, once you've played it, then you'll have a want to read House of Leaves. Oh, so it's Power Pack is the YouTuber. He was the first person to make a proper video about myhouse.wad. That video's not been seen 17 million times. So it's done a bit good. But anyway, I digress. The thing about myhouse.wad is that it is weirdly esoteric. But its esoterica is part of the experience, right? It is a meta-narrative horror with an emotional heart to it that is very, very good. Now, if this gets to the point where it starts to really go meta-narrative, the problem is it does not have a grounding. Because we are a creature grown of an egg with a glandulion seed in our head, which will sprout forth once we consume enough dust. And dust is simultaneously a natural phenomenon, but also something that twists and warps people, inflicting varying emotions. Someone likened it to the robots, the rusty robots in Nier Automata trying to attain some kind of humanity. You know? The irony being is that there is... You are a creature made to be savior from the get-go. But so much of this is... I don't know. so much time is spent showing us the dialogue and description of so many things. And then this is where I feel ill-qualified to basically be your host this evening, because as this car, I have driven around this map for hours. And I even sat down with a developer guide last night, and it says, oh, if you want this thing, go here, then this thing, go here. I tried going back into some of the dreams or the mines I'd already done. Like, the fact that we turn into a car, that's some meta-narrative nonsense right there, and that's never... You just are. Yeah, and look, I'm fine with dialogue heavy. I know I was almost falling asleep in my chair, but that wasn't due to the dialogue. The dialogue was quite pithy, you know. This little village here was a fascinating little setup. You know, the golem is trying so hard to keep everybody going, but in the process of doing that is becoming more and more infected with dust, and eventually is trying to keep them alive so much as actually beginning to kill them. Which is, let me check my notes here, pretty heckin' messed up. You know, like, let's fucking go. But then we had the story of the Tree Master. You know, a group of people who are all trying to recreate, the idea of trees? Except for trees exist in this world. There's an unmarked question zone. There's a little dome hut that is near the big pit. I think there's a card from it. So, okay. No, sorry, Simple Chaos, that wasn't at you. So, I got 2 cards from doing the golem thing. Like, I got George, and I managed to get Farming Village. So you're saying there's another card from that area? I don't know. There's mad inconsistencies with this. The other inconsistency that kept being frustrating is that, you know, you have to learn early on that orange things are things you shoot to activate stuff, except for when you don't. You know what I mean? So is it this one here? Unless I was supposed to... Because there were a couple of houses you could come out of inside the dream. It's a delivery quest. But there's no quest tracking. Alright, let's see if I can... Yeah, okay, we'll jump from the highway. There's no quests. Sorry, it's just... Look, that kind of esoterica is fine when you're hiding stuff. See, myhouse.wad, you can just play it. So, like, Space Cadet, if you look up nothing about it, if you just start playing myhouse.wad tonight, you will be able to finish it. Will you see everything? No. Will it be impressive? Fuck yes. Nova ought to return it to Saloni and tell LD the news. Okay, so we're going back to the... Oh, I'm going to shit. Yeah, I know, that's not going to improve the... But yes, myhouse.wad does have a lot of esoterica in it. You know, weird, complicated thing... Oh, no, this is the wrong way. Weird, complicated things. But... Okay. Okay, I've spent a lot of time on the movement system of this. I'm gonna tear strips into it. Cool, you gave us a little car to turn into. That's wonderful. Why doesn't the ramp match the car? Why do I have to turn into a person to hit the off-ramp? I don't know. Sorry. I'm trying not to be the quote-unquote irate gamer. You know, the grumpy old man. But here's the thing, Simple Chaos. I would not have been able to solve that without your help. Old streamer yells at Cloud. What is Final Fantasy VII Remake for $200? You know, we're 5 hours in, and we still don't know what dust is being stored for. Because here's the thing, like, dust is here in this central pillar above the central point, which is supposed to be like the primordial setup. Oh no, we just got a life increase, that's all. And again, like, I don't want to start being harsh on this, because perhaps I came into this game with, you know, unfair expectations. Okay, Pun Spectre, I hope it clears, and to be continued. So, Simple Chaos, did you manage to finish this? Like, have you seen the ending, or at least as my notes are supposed to hear, endings? Also, where the fuck are we going next? Because I did the underwater area, I got 2 cards from the village, I got the card from the car wash. I got the card from Scientist. You've seen the final resource scrounge for the ending. God. Like, I'm trying to think of good ways to sum up what I'm saying in more of a positive light, rather than just, which is what I feel. You know, I don't think you can make a tabletop RPG based on an absurdist poem, as poetry is all about the emotions it elicits, but it also, you know, the Walrus and the Carpenter does not have a season pass or a leveling system. You know, you don't have to navigate between the varying oysters leaping to their deaths. As much as people put the quote-unquote Vorpal Blade into every video game they can, it is not a real statted weapon with actual powers. I've been down to this fucking tree village multiple times, and they talk about how they're trying to recreate trees, but here are the trees of this world. And we know that they've travelled down through here because they talk about the Tree Master and where he is, and he's out on the plains, of which they would need to traverse the forests to go find him. And again, I'm not supposed to be taking this literally, right? This isn't Cinema Sins. We're not supposed to be like, oh, well, in this scene, this dust-infected character says this, but in actuality... The problem when discussing quote-unquote game design, level design, mechanics, etc., is that it's all about how it invokes feelings. You know, it's not an absolute system by which we judge creations. Yes, okay, so Simple Chaos was saying there are 3 scales in this game. 4 counting the car. You have the overworld, the miniscape, and then the nanoscape. problem is that, yes, the overworld is the weakest, but the overworld is what gates us between the others. Because I saw some screenshots of people who've played Onwards, right? And they have seen some cool shit. Like, the nanoscapes start becoming more and more of homages to great video games. Oh, and before you say, hey, Will, that cool statue, that looks like where you should go next, right? Wrong! It's a dead end with an unskippable cutscene. And every time I'm like, nah, maybe it is there and I'm just being stupid. I'm whacked again. But anyway. Giving people a consistency of language with how to understand the world that they're in would go a long way towards making this more palatable, more understandable, right? Because I was going to say, it's like, you know, a lot of this could be solved with a good minimap and a couple of good quest markers. Ah, but Will, you love Morrowind, and Morrowind has no quest markers. Yes. But Morrowind's goal is to let you be the hero, you be the character. And if you want to stall out, you stall out, right? That is the story of your character.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Okay. Jackie, thank you for gifting us up to birthday cake, whether it be an actual cake or the idea of. And yes, Morrowind does have a journal. Morrowind wants you to read and study and understand. It also wants you to get lost. There is nothing for me to do or be in the world of Anodyne 2 unless I am actively at the nanoscale, right? Everything else is set dressing. Everything else is context. But this overworld context has stalled me the fuck out, and now I'm just driving around trying to work out what the fuck I'm supposed to do next. And I'm sorry, my language is getting a little heated. But, you know, just picture me, I'm unable to sleep, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and I am driving around this fuck-ass place, trying to read the developer-written guide on Steam, and just being like, I want to do a crime. Eventually I gave up and I played a roguelike dungeon-crawling slot machine game. No, not that one, the other one. Which was very good, by the way. And here we are back to Blue Veil West, which I've gone through 50 fucking times. Yeah, well, it's also... this is the thing, and I can't talk about its artistic design, right? Now, personally, the way that the tower is phrased, that the place is called the center, and, like, you see how there are 3 core islands, and then you have the center in the middle, right? That's rad. But wouldn't it be wonderful if the center was this beautiful, piercing spire? You know? This feels like Timu Balam Gardens without any of the gardens or the Balam. And I'm not, again, I'm filled with a frustration. I mean, fun. When else am I going to wear my historically accurate Roman outfit, eh? Don't answer that. You don't answer that. You know. Because, like... Mechanical environmental inconsistencies undermining, like, the artistic and poetic is very much what I feel I'm getting here, right? You know, I dunked on Recall for a lot of things, but it had that one spectacular level. And we were able to engage with what it was trying to say. Recall is one of those great examples of, I don't agree with what you're saying, but I will fight for your right to say it. Here, I don't know what you're trying to tell me. I've been looking, this fuck-ass skybox, this fuck-ass plane. I just want to do a crime. but there is no crime to do. Because, like, what can we do, Simple Chaos? We can compare our cards, I guess, and then try and reverse engineer what I haven't got and then go from there. But this isn't that kind of game. We're not sharing a puzzle that we unfurl. This is supposed to be a narrative, right? Sometimes funny, sometimes weird. Yeah, Vanderbeest, I mean, the best I can do you is, yeah, my historically accurate Roman outfit. That egg back by the gate. Oh, I gave up trying to get to that fucking egg. Yeah, good old icy tits overguard, they call me. Yeah, I've completely fucking given up on that egg. And so here we are. We are stalled out. And look, video games are subjective. They're not supposed to be, every game does not have to be for every person, and that's okay. But I feel like this is my game. I feel like we should be talking about it and having a fucking great time. The dust allegory. I could definitely go somewhere. It feels weird that we as a character, our goal is to remove people's, I don't know, a part of the self so they can, oh, I actually did it this time. Oh no, that's the loading wall. Handlebar, I did not watch the Tomodachi Life Direct. I did see that Nintendo are clamping down on, you are fucking me sideways. That was a card? Help, I'm trapped in a flavor text factory. All day long I write humorous, debatable, little blurbs for your reading pleasure, but at what cost? My vengeance. Well, for the first time in many years, the reclusive proprietor of this diabolical establishment is opening the factory to a select few outside guests. This is my chance. Verdon says, when I played the first one, I felt like I didn't get it in the same one way someone might not get a painting. You mean this? You know what? I don't remember how I reacted to it when I first played it myself, right? I remember the conversations I've had with people afterwards about Anodyne 1. But Anodyne 1 also had a much clearer control scheme, had a much clearer through. So I guess now we're just looking for another fucking egg somewhere. But we would... see, the thing is, we were shown that the cards came from, busting dust. Busting makes me feel good. So now I'm just looking for another fucking egg somewhere. But then what if the cards are so important to the expansion, and if each one has a meaning and a purpose behind it, then why the fuck can we just pick one up in a fucking chest? At one point I started losing my mind and trying to crack this open because we've been shown that yellow stuff is an active thing we can work with. We're also told outright that in the City of Dust, if you leap off the edge, you get put back where you are, and it's a weird phenomenon unique to the city, except for it's not. So yeah, it feels bad because I can't engage with the poetry of this because I'm stuck driving around as a knockoff Temu Master Blaster shoe. Wait, do you mean on top of the car wash? Because I already did the car wash car. Oh my fucking lives. There were two. Crime! I'm going to do crime! Like, it is okay to have a weird, poetic, esoteric game. It really is. Hell, I'm here for it. Hi, I'm your target fucking audience for that. Alright, we're gonna work out a way to get on top of here. Sorry, I don't mean to bring a negative energy into Game Club. It's just, you know, so like I said, I watched the Nakey Jakey video on Silksong because I knew I was pretty far I'm pretty far into Silksong and that there shouldn't be anything to spoil. Now, in fairness, that was arrogant of me and I really shouldn't have, but I threw it on. And one of the things that was really interesting is the discussion about like difficulty in its poetry, right? Now, I'm not saying we're having the difficulty discussion right here, but it's when are you saying something with how difficult it is to do something, and when are you just being a bit of a dick? Because one of the things that people have commented on with Silksong is it's really fucking hard. Is it the last judge? So Chaunerus, I'm trying to get onto the roof here, if there is even a way. And we're just talking about Anodyne 2 right now. But a reason I bring up Silksong is that a lot of the critiques of Silksong are based on its difficulty, which is pretty merciless. And people talking about the runbacks, you know, the discussions in how, like, you know, in Elden Ring does not make you, you know, spend, you know, 2 to 5 minutes dashing back from one spot to the other in a battle, right? Well, so numbers, that's the thing. I mean, yes, with Silksong, there is a large expectation from quite a few folks, because it is the hotness, the meme game, that it was going to be simple. And yeah, so Chaunerus, that's the point. Difficulty serves it. Hornet is supposed to be fragile, able to kill anything. We aren't playing as a detective or an investigator or an explorer. We are playing as, you know, the would-be hero, but a cleaner, right? The Citadel knows exactly how many cards we need, but does not give us the poignancy. Oh no, that's a save point. Oh, Handlebar, I know you're going for a bit, but the diegetic music in Silksong is fucking phenomenal. Possibly best in class. When the Song of Silk truly hits, when you first hear it for realsies. Oh, that's the kind of shit we play video games for. Well, so Cold Ankles, and that was the thing, is the run, you never lose anything. Not truly in Silksong. The early rosaries feel like this thing you must covet. Actually, you can get rosaries super easy. It just early on, it makes you feel like they're hard to get. The run back between boss fights is the punishment. That is the challenge. That's the stakes, right? You know, the hardest fight that we encountered on Tuesday wasn't necessarily the hardest. Guy had a really simple move set, but he hit like a dump truck, and the run back was a mission. And Handlebar, I am glad you got your virtual guitar. Because as I said, I'm looking over the game club. With the game club, they asked this month that I run it closer to how the physical meets are done. So, like, I have a preset of questions. And, I mean, there's only a couple of us here who've really gotten into this. I like the way they break up the questions into hands, head, and heart, right? So hands questions being like ones that are relatable to mechanics and experientials, like how does switching between 3D exploration and 2D internal worlds affect your experience of the game? I wish this 3D section had gotten thrown in a bin full of magnets. Hey Fred, what's and welcome. Did the gameplay moments make you feel intentionally uncomfortable? Yes, but not for the good reasons. And there's an interesting one here. What role does Nova, the lead character, not our illustrious mod, what role does Nova play? And I think that's a good one to talk about. Like, you know what's interesting about Nova? Again, the character. Is that this character is literally grown from an egg to be a hero. And is given all of the hero's tools with none of the hero's journey. In fact, from the very beginning, like the Yolk Village, you know, the Egg Folk, they just kind of tell you you're going to be great and wonderful, and here are the things you have to do. But you don't really do a lot, you know. Love it or loathe it, both, you know, most of the Legend of Zelda series does such a great job in the hero's journey. I mean, you're all familiar with the hero's journey as a literary concept, but when applied to video games, we are the ones who take the step. We are the ones who pick up the sword. At any point, we can stop playing. And then, I mean, the world is held in a state of infinite stasis. It's not like if you stop playing, Ganondorf takes over. It's not like if we stop playing this, the dust will completely re-grab the world. But then what world is it that we have? You know, this little guy up here, the one with the PhD who thinks he's the fucking smartest, is a very funny part of the game. But also a great example of, you know, smart people are the dumbest and self-imposed isolation is never the solution. Instead of making connections with people, he builds a fucking robot to run scenarios with other people so he doesn't have to actually talk to them. This weird little computer. You're just a weird little duck guy, aren't you? Just a weird fucking duck. Look at him. Look at his weird duck face. Yes, so Lyoshi, that's the thing. The visual language of it being like a weird RPG, you know, one of those late PS1, extremely early PS2 things, kind of like Wild Arms or stuff like that. It hits. Oh, Legend, we'll see when you get back. You know, and the cast of characters that you meet is they're so wonderfully odd. Like, this person has a mount built out of drums. But the thing is, drum birds are incredibly hardy creatures. It shelters me from extreme cold throughout our travels. I know where to be without Ketsu. Bum. Sorry, I was working on a new beat. This person is not someone that we can interact with. Again, we have the developer character in here. Hello! Who is very odd. But it's Nano Cleaner Nova. I'm Ray Ray Bowshoes. Sorry to say, I'm not dusty enough to need nano cleaning. Something I wish for, but I find the whole process... it's not something I wish for, but I find the whole process neat. Cool, great. But that isn't a point of progress until there is a change, right? Simple chaos, 1000%. Someone to swat their hand and go focus, or have some consistent language. Like I mentioned Morrowind earlier. Morrowind has a consistent language. If you fight somebody, they will fight you back. In fact, one of the things I think Morrowind does so well is you do your little introduction, and then you get off the boat, and you are immediately in the fucking deep end. There's no paddling pool in Morrowind. If you try and steal shit in the first area, there's none of that, oh, you're new, so we're gonna go easy on you. No, you get jumped by 2 Imperial guards, and they'll just fucking kill you. Try and open that door. Oh man, that door was locked. Ah, I see you there, breaking into that. Kill that person. You're like, I'm just fresh off the boat. Dead. But that early area instills upon you the rules of Morrowind. You know, the rules of the interaction, the rules of the land. How lethal it is and what is expected of you. In this, what is expected of us is to find these interesting characters and go into the nanospace, clean out the dust, and help them, right? So why isn't the house sitter with a literal giant house? Why is this not something that we're dealing with? This is one of the most interesting things we've seen. And this person talks about it. Why are they glowing? What's it like to be a rock star? Ah, it's pretty fun. So a rock star, a self-described rock star, does not have the dust, does not have the weird egomania. But a person who collects lampshades does. Now, obviously, the lampshade is meant to be, you know, obsession, not, you know, obsession, not ego. But then we had to deal with the creepy guy who was like, oh, I want to lick everything, Mr. fucking Salad Fingers. But again, there was no consistency in his motivation, but there was an implication that he'd been slowly twisted. Yeah. And I'm not saying you have to have a world that makes constant sense, right? You don't owe your player, but you don't owe your player consistency in language, but you do owe them just something. Well, and Journalists, that's the thing. They're just spending time in their lane. They're just living their little life. We're the ones kind of coming into their space and interrupting. But you look at the visual language around it. They look interesting. They look like something that should be part of our moving forward. And if after the next story beat they become that, that's kind of infuriating. Yeah, and then we encounter Robot Birdman with the PC, who his acting out is kind of obsession in that he wants to be liked and he wants to have a girlfriend or boyfriend or what have you. I didn't actually catch genders on that one because I was a little bit zoned from sleepiness, but they created a robot to allow them to simulate interaction. And then they got 2 into the simulation. Like, okay. But again, it's not the person we clean the dust out of in that one, it's the robot head. Here, this golem is obsessed with protecting the village, and he goes so hard trying to protect it and keep it safe that he ends up, you know, fucking dooming it. He's down there at the bottom still having a hard time. I hate knowing that we might not be far from greatness. Okay, I think that's enough on the mechanical questions. Oh, sorry, friends. Verdant, that is a much better way of putting it. If everything is random, then there is no way to guess cause and effect, and there are no real consequences. Yes, we can't be the hero in a land where we don't understand, where there's no consistency of cause and effect. Now, you can subvert the concept of the hero trope, but then you need a much clearer guide rails to push the character to where they should go. Because, like, again, I compare this to Nier. At this point in Nier, when you're lost, you run around. And when you're running around, you're getting into fights. You're gaining, strength and power and credits. Not everybody's cup of tea, I know that. But at least alongside that listless wander comes a sense of progression and grind, success, Here, we're just treading the same 2-3 maps, and I'm going stir crazy. So, like, again, if we go to cards, so of the first 12, I'm missing one here. Like, we got the morose clouds, and I got the tree guy. Don't even get me started on the tree guy. Don't even get me fucking started on tree guys. We got T.E. Walsh. We don't have this one. I did get Jade Highway, but yeah, I'm missing this one here. Yeah, I mean, Simple Chaos, let's see if we can get to that. One of the things I really appreciated about It Takes a War is that if you want to do meta-narrative stuff, don't have us play for 50 hours. It's okay to be a beginner's guide. Now, beginner's guide is a different kind of poetry, right? In the beginner's guide, we are told a story, but the story is a lie. There is no Davy. There is no Coda. There is only Davy, and Davy is talking to himself. In the beginner's guide, all of the things made, you are told, was made by Coda, and he's sharing it with you, but it wasn't. These were things that are allegorical of things that Davy has made, but then also that Davy has gone back and fucked with, but for the purpose of approval. Now, the beginner's guide speaks to the thing that we're suffering from right now, which is the artistic intent versus the experience. Yes, you can put anything in the sandbox, but give me the tools to know what sandbox I'm in. That one is the tree guy. A hidden chest in the miniscape? I'm burning their forest down. Anodyne 3. Now I've got a fucking gun. Alright, let's go get that fucking tree. Sorry, the tree village's whole story is that they're all obsessed with perfecting the art of mastering fake trees. They all want to make a fake tree. Okay, that's cool. Like, I ain't shitting on that. Kind of rad. And they're all worshipping this guy called the Tree Master. The Tree Master lives in that tiny secluded cottage in the other area. Okay. I don't know, Simple Chaos, take your time. I'd rather you be here for the banter rather than guiding me, but we'll go have a look. Blink, blink. Oh, yes. But you can't... They say that, like, the tree guy is in this inaccessible place and can't be navigated towards, but he's actually just behind a Resi Evil invisible wall. Dog said no? Alright. It always used to make me laugh. Legend is taking River for a stroll, and she'd go outside, she'd look up and be like, nah, but immediately take a pee and then turn the fuck around and go back inside. So, alright. You know what? So yeah, so everybody in this village is trying to build these fake trees. And, as a little poetic thing, the obsession with mastery and the idea that we put others on a pedestal when it comes to the creation of art is a really good discussion. Because really, there's no difference between you and the great masters. Just time and, to an extent, opportunity. And I think that's a really nice thing. But this particular area had me going up and fucking down. Something fierce. Okay. So I didn't go here. Oh, and these explodey snowmen. There's also a little bit of inconsistency with how the map is laid out, that it's sometimes very hard to know if an area you're going to actually does have something you should be exploring or not. So yeah. There's a non-zero chance I basically managed to jank my way around this. So we made it down here. Sorry, here's me being a terrible host, because now I'm just trying to work out the things that I missed. But I'm not a fan of the exact term that folks use. I believe it's called, like, I don't know, dog legging or something like that. It's got a terrible term. But the way in which, like, unfurling environments and maps allows you to then, upon repeat exploration, delve into them further. I.e., that cool thing that Dark Souls loves to do, where you spend hours going through a map area, but then I swear to fuck if this is going to be it. Oh, I think it is. Oh, I think this is it. No, this is, I guess, a shortcut. There's a fucking card. It was just in a... Oh, it's so... I'm going to give it another 20 minutes and then it's wine time. Let me know if you need anything. Okay. Okay, so we finally got through it. So the thing that you only ever get from clearing out the car, from clearing out creatures and from helping solve their problems and whatnot, it turns out, lol, just kidding. You don't actually need to do all that. You can just fucking find these cards anywhere. Cool. There's no drink until the game makes sense. You know what? Will would die. It's a lot of alcohol, I'll tell you that. But it's... It's... Oh, so now I can show you that you can actually get to the Great Tree Master. The advertisement reads, best tree sculptors in Senate, used across parks and official buildings of the city. Call for more info. Through the window, Nova sees a person eating eggs at their desk. Egg. Newspapers neatly lay in a pile. A best father magnet adorns the fridge. A small, neatly trimmed tree sits in a pot near the person. Further into the home, Nova could see some large trees, each with an exquisite flair. The home looks quite humble, but perhaps this was Tree Master's home after all. The mailbox in Nova radiates power. It seems Nova can shrink into it. Oh, my fucking life. That is how I describe your pies. Have you met Little Fire? Yeah, the scientific anomaly. Now we have to go all the way back, because you can't just exit the mini space. Or the nanospace. Anyway, Simple Chaos, thank you for the guidance. Yeah, the card we just got was the bonus ranks. The game resists tidy resolution. Do you find it liberating or frustrating? Grinds teeth into a fucking powder. I'm trying to find a good way to describe the necessary. What is necessary for the structure of poetry, right? Poetry is all about invoking not information but emotion, right? This isn't poetry. This is a cryptic riddle in a smeared ketchup packet, you know, at the back of an Arby's. You can argue its artistic intent, but you can't ask me to decipher the meaning. Poetry is like Star Wars. It rhymes. Hey Vershi, how you doing? I never would have found that card. I never would have found that card without Simple Chaos just directing. Okay, so now we can drive our shooty boo all the way back to the fucking tower. So yeah, Vershi, how are you doing? And Fred, how you been doing? Are you finally getting some fucking R&R or? So I know you've been grinding harder than most. And yeah, this is our game club nattering about Anodyne 2. I've been playing a little of it whilst we're chatting just to try and make a little bit more headway. But again, I spent a lot of time on this last night and literally just drove around and dove into about 1 million things. What's an R&R? It's like a Canadian lampshade. Nova, it's me, your guardian! I'm sorry I was gone for so long. Look how much you've grown. Give me the beating stick. Do some regicide. Fred says, is no an acceptable answer? If not, then blah ha 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 and cries. You know what, Fred? I'll accept both. Someone did ask me while I was shopping today how I was doing, and I just went, I then followed it up with, I am buying oven pizza and box wine, and I will attempt to use both these things to solve these problems. Sorry, and one of the things that doesn't get discussed enough is that you need to earn the player's attention in a lot of different ways. I don't appreciate how we're being told the meaning of the game here. You are the nano cleaner, yes, but you are more than that. You are a person with feelings, needs, and desires. I mean, show don't tell here, homies. Oh, yeah, no, so Garrett, you're right. That's the Arankar, the villains of the third Bleach act. Wait, no. Yes. Yes. We're talking about the half-hollow masked homies. Joke's on them. I don't need to feel a desire. I'm AI slop. Ah, Vershi, I should have known. I didn't check your disclaimer. Oh. But the thing is, because we've been frustrated, and because The game hasn't adhered to its own logic, even though it's, magical, made up PlayStation logic. It hasn't adhered to it. It's removed us from engaging with it on an emotional level, right? Mechanics, to an extent, are the foundation. If this was a combat-focused game, this is like, needing one of the great boss souls to progress. But it turns out it was actually just in a little chest in a hidden corner somewhere. But you can't progress without it. As opposed to what is the standard practice is that things thusly hidden, things that could easily be missed, are usually part of like a grander exploration. Like, there's actually something that I feel is massively disingenuous with this character. Like, they made us, and we're supposed to be like the Nova Cleaner, right? And just kind of like the eggs at the beginning who tell us how wonderful and great and brilliant we are. Like, this character, they earn none of that status. They just kind of love bomb you from the get-go in a quasi-paternal way, and it's like, well, maternal way. I mean, honestly, this makes me want to replay the original Nier, something fierce. And Garrett, that's a good. So Garrett, that's a good Bleach discussion. Does the stuff at the beginning count as Arc 1? That's alright, shake it off. And it does. For fuck's sake. Okay. Sorry, what the game wants of me now. What the game wants of me now is to head to the place where I kept getting the mandatory cutscene. Because this is one of the challenges with something like a book club, right? Like, sometimes you hit a piece of art. Yeah, Vershi, they're missing the correct spelling of their name. Yeah. Sometimes with a piece of art, you just don't fucking gel with it. Oh, fuck off! Sorry. And with things like this, pushing through it can sometimes be rewarding, but can sometimes have the opposite effect. One thing you've probably all noticed from, me or any streamers you've encountered is they're not having a... Just die. Just die on the fucking tarmac. Sorry. Exactly, Aeon. There's nothing like an introduced cutscene limp that makes you want to progress. And I can't change into a car when the dust kicks in, but I need to get across the map. Now, there is an incredible part in Final Fantasy 15. One of the team gets injured severely. And at first, he really does suffer. He doesn't just go, oh, boy, sure did stab me. Next 2 potions. Okay, I'm better and fine now. And it's a powerful scene because this is a character you spend a lot of time with. And sure, having him be slower and it's slowing down the pace of the game is not fun, but you've spent so much time with him that you really feel it. You really feel his... I'm gonna fucking shit! I know, this isn't constructive conversation. This isn't what I want to bring to Game Club. Because right now, I'm trying to push through this because of this hope that there's going to be this spark, this brilliance. That I'll be able to show you something that's going to make all of this worth it. And if that doesn't sound like madness and or sunk cost fallacy, I don't know what does. Wait, Simple Chaos, are you talking about an actual honest to goodness cow? It's kind of cool. Yes, well, and sometimes pushing through it. See, games are impossibly complicated. In some regards, a game isn't just one piece of art, it's many, right? But it's like, why am I going through this stalling bullshit? Every time previously I've come up to this, I've had to go through that unskippable cutscene. And it's been infuriating. I am infuriated still. And yeah, this is definitely the kind of thing that, I don't know. I guess understanding what it is you want your player to feel and... You know, there's no rule that says you have to be kind to your player, but there's also no rule that says you have to keep playing. You know, my friend used to say is like, you can walk out of a movie. Like, okay, you paid for it, sure, but also, you paid for it. If it fucking sucks, bounce. Yes, Aeon, there's a cost of halting your player's momentum. If you don't do it within 10, if you don't do it within a certain amount of limitation, you know, there's a lot about the movement of this that really fucking sucks. I'm sorry. You know, I'm not going to call a spade right now. Like, moving around this environment is not fun in either the walking mode or the car mode. And the fact that you have to change between the car and the person to get on and off the road kills the momentum. And it kills it dead. You know? Master Blaster, this ain't. And when the only things that we have to do in the overworld are move, don't make that bad. See, that was the point I was getting to with the runbacks in Silksong. If you're not enjoying moving around in Silksong, then you're not really playing. You're not really engaging with it. You know, someone said earlier that, like, you know, Hornet is fragile, but she'll fucking kill you. Absolutely. She moves like a ninja ballerina, like, artist. But she's very fragile. You know, why is it that most enemies of consequence hit for 2, yet you can only progress your mask upgrades 1 at a time? Okay, let's see what we're at now. Okay. Nova begins to spark the fruit, but a wild, dusty beast leaps to the edge of the plateau. Fuck off. So it wants us to get the fruit, and I quote, "Before Nova can reach, the beast bounds forward and swallows the fruit whole." Nova flushes with anger and embarrassment. If only she had arrived sooner. For whom do you think we were... Oh, okay. For whom were we dallying? You're a legend and a scholar, thank you. Hang on, what about the tax?
Oh, I have to pay tax?
Yeah, on the wine you just brought me. Like the British kings of old. Yeah, well, so Aeon, in literature, the only thing we ask of the person is that they read the words and they turn the page. I agree with you that, you know, page layout is very, very important. If you would like a non-Junji Ito recommendation, please look up, is it I Am a Hero? Is it I Am a Hero and I'm Not a Hero? I can't remember. I Am a Hero, about an agoraphobic Japanese bloke, a down on his luck artist. His only, I see. At first, it seemed like a good setup with that one, with I Am a Hero, because he's afraid of crowds and he is afraid of the dark. So he has become a responsible gun owner. He has a double barrel shotgun. He goes to a shooting club. Like he is actually trained to shoot. But because of his combination of social anxiety and fear of the dark, he's useless. He isn't a hero. There's one bit where he had all of his gun pieces in his bag, and he could have put it together very, very quickly. A zombie attacks everybody on a train, and he just freezes. He doesn't say anything. He just kind of pulls his hat down and pretends like it's not happening on the train. The judo guy steps up and he's like, I'll handle this. He gets bitten. But the wait between turning the page, between judo guy saying, I don't feel so good, and then a full page of the judo guy, and it looks like he's kind of swaying on his feet. And because the way the book is laid out, so you go from the throw, and the judo guy being, I don't feel so good, and then his back, and then you have to turn the page to see the horrified twisting of his face. In I Am a Hero, it's never really explained what the people are, but they're not just zombies, they're horrified, twisted creatures. More akin to, like, people possessed by yokai than zombies. Video games have a very, very similar language and pacing. And, like, disempowering your player can work really, really well, depending on when you bloody use it. Right now, I'm gonna have to wait for this cat to drop down here and then blast it so I can go into its stupid brainosphere. But, like, what did disempowering me from the last place I was to here, what did that add? It's taken something that was already frustrating with a... Whereas with Final Fantasy 15, the point at which you're disempowered, it is also a consequence of narrative, but it comes after, like, at a breakneck pace, like 15 hours of free driving and having fun with the boys and... God. Like, no one talks about when the lads go to the big city and they have the most wholesome conversation about Noctis's future bride's wedding dress. They're just sweet, goofy boys. I'm sorry, friends. So Symbol Chaos, bringing it back. Sorry, I accidentally closed the map because I was getting... I was becoming a full irate gamer. So let's... I have my wine. We've done a lot of the hands questions. No, so Laoshi, I really enjoyed his previous work about a virtual girlfriend, because while it does have some points that are not great, it ends with the virtual girlfriend gaining independence, even as a virtual thing, and the guy finally realizing that he's a weirdo loner shut-in and he should be nicer to people instead of complaining that they're all bad and trying to get a virtual VR girlfriend. Like there's actual healthy growth rather than your isekai style of like, man, I sit indoors all day and I'm mean to people, but now I've been isekai'd somewhere and everyone thinks I'm brilliant and perfect and I did nothing to change. I appreciated its self-awareness. Also the idea of growing a digital sentience in the same way you would a child compared to just plugging a digital sentience into the internet. There's some really funny scenes in his previous works where there's like a scientist and he's wearing a full VR set and he's taking his creation, who he treats like a daughter, out and to walk around the park and to check things out. And there's him with a huge backpack with all the PC gear on and the cameras and shit on him. It's very funny. But yeah, I kind of stalled out on his following works. Sorry, the manga artist in question is... I was going to say, how do we always end up talking about anime? Kengo Hanazawa. Under Ninja has definitely done much, much better. But, I mean, it's a manga about ninjas. Right. That's easy. Okay, it's a manga about a ninja who is a... Okay, and Baron, Watto and welcome. I will check your message in just a second. You want to see my reaction? Let me finish my thought. Yeah, Under Ninja is basically about, like, one of the world's best ninjas, but he's also super lazy. So, using his incredible abilities to just do as little as possible every day. It's real cool. Oh shit, they did a movie adaptation of I'm a Hero? Huh, wonder if it's any good. Anyway, sorry, that's me getting distracted. What sort of creature would walk through the dust unafraid? Okay, so here was one of the questions from the Game Club meetup map, which is, what do you think dust represents in this? I feel like I'm woefully underqualified to discuss. Okay, the card's holographic light glints on the surface. The illustration of Palisade the Guardian faces the groping mob.
There's actually a really good Greek indie film that is a farcical recreation of it. The title is I Am a Gyro.
For a fucking second there, Vershi, I thought you were being serious. And I was like, oh shit, you know? And my brain was whirring because I'm like, you know, Rec was originally a Spanish horror film and the original Spanish film is fucking brilliant. I know you know Rec, right?
What?
Spanish zombie film about a TV crew doing a ride-along with some firemen, first responders, and they get locked in a high-rise full of zombies. because they're like they find out there's some shit going down and they lock down, quarantine the whole building, and so it's a found footage movie of the film crew trying desperately to survive, along with these poor fucked firefighters. It got an American remake that's, I mean, it's a seltzer, like it's got the trappings but not the.
They usually are.
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, I just saw Divershi's The Irate Gamer, a YouTube channel where you analyze games and score them like a critic. Yeah, you know what? Critics should also have a Metacritic. That's a great idea. That one could have stayed in drafts. Anyway. Listen, you. We don't abide that nonsense here. A mysterious voice reaches out with a hand and grasps the card, with one quick tearing motion. A card is a piece of paper. A card has power only if we all agree to its rules. Okay, that's very good. Here we are dustbound. Here we disagree. See, and this is why... God. Were that I hadn't been stalled on that awful overworld. Because I always find shit like that to be fascinating, right? Things that do not have an inherent power to them, but we agree that they do, and therefore it is used. I often think of, I don't know why I think of this so much, the opening 2 episodes of Vikings, of these powerless monks holding up crosses and symbols before their, you know, beefcake invaders who are like, holy shit, did we just find an entire castle full of gold and people who can't fight? I think we just did. Yeah, but Fred, then we'd need the meta critic critiquer, who would basically be the Rorschach of Metacritics. So jumping back in, so Simple Chaos says that dust equals change, in whatever manner it happens to the person, and by the creator making dust, and therefore change evil, everything stagnates until it bubbles over in destructive ways. Okay. Wake up, you little porridge pot. How you feeling? The monster is talking to her again. What does it want? Is some sort of emissary from the dust? Perhaps an assassin meant to take care of her, meant to turn the tide in the dust's war against the center. Assassin monster? Question mark. See, again, now we're getting these little touches. Like, noticed how the internal dialogue is still talking in these absolutes, and the name ascribed to the character is based on our assumptions. Has to be a Watchmen parody to this somewhere. Somewhere. Talking in absolutes, like a Sith. You know, we need to I don't know. This is the eternal question, though, right? Like, the accessibility of your art and what it makes people feel. If nobody gets to the big drop, then what point is there of the drop, right? You know, one of my industry friendos has just finished writing a book on Sleep No More. And that's always a fascinating one to talk about because, like, depending on what happens and where you go, Sleep No More can be drastically different for each person, right? There are some folks who've gotten super into it, kind of like Disney adults. Like, oh, if you want the super secret unlock, you have to go over to Hamlet and do up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, star. Those great moments are wonderful to know that they're there. But this feels more like I had to sit through a fucking college production of Romeo and Juliet before the curtains opened a second time and I was allowed into the show for real. Sure, that reveal would be very powerful and a great way to get that grounding, but I will be honest with you, friends, I wouldn't be sitting here looking at the Dustbound Village unless we had done a second stream. I would have said, fuck this shit, fuck that noise. And now knowing that it was one card in a fucking crate inside a... Urgh. Sleep No More is the lesser version of the Blackout Club. No, Null's gonna love that. Yes, that one. Sorry, if you don't know it, so Sleep No More is, oh yes. All right, Baron, let me have a look at your thing. Sleep No More is a production of Hamlet that, I don't know if it's still running in New York, but the premise is that the whole play is going on simultaneously in multiple rooms. You are also the ghosts observing it, but you are free to go into any room and follow any character. Okay, let's see what you... Hardy bloody har. My dyslexic ass is, You proud of that one, Baron? You proud of that one? You can put that in meme sphere. So Aeon says, been to Sleep No More. Would not do again, but weird as hell. Yes. Wait, that was a sign on your building. Did someone... Oh, so it's an autocorrect fuckery. That's pretty good. The creature stares, and Nova quizzically... It says it Nova quizzically, as if it is expecting something of her. Perhaps it is the need for nano-cleaning, but is that even possible? Nova is already at nanoscale. Is there some way to... Oh, it need a cleaning? Hey, I think you can stop making the room go all dark like that. I'm trying to have a conversation. I see, like, here we have a meta-acknowledgement of how Nova is seeing the world. Nova is confused. It wants to hear her talk to it. Conversation desiring monster. Okay, look. So, talking. It's just like thinking, alright? But then, you let the thoughts fall out of your mouth. My name is Drem Kinato. It's nice to meet you. Now, it's your turn to introduce yourself. I am Nova. You did it! There you go, you silly salsa. God, where was this? See, now, you can see I'm trying to... As the wheel has turned, I'm like... I would have missed this. Yeah, I will admit, Fred, the main character being called Nova throws me for a loop for a start, but being nothing like the Nova we know... Wow, okay, no. Why would I kill you? What is death? Well, you're just full of questions, aren't you? I've created a monster! I didn't know I could talk. Hey, I'm just messing with you, alright. Blab all you want. After all, that's what I do. Wink! And here's the thing, this is the first character we've met who isn't a fucking lunatic in some way, shape, or form. Because, like, from the very beginning, we are shown these two quasi-ethereal deities. Oh, quasi-angelic deities. And they made us, and they're very proud of us, but they need us to do a very important job. They talk at us like we are both a child and a savior, but not really committing to either. And now we're finally getting somewhere. Honestly, I know the game club is primarily for, you know, discussion and book club style. I really want to pick at this for like another hour or so. Like, now we're starting to see the factions and philosophies of this game, right? Yeah, you know what, Simple Chaos, that's it. You're talked at like a child, but you're given none of the care. You're given no guidance or help. You know, it's not to say those characters are inherently bad, per se, but they also... There isn't much of the norm. Ever think about people just get pushed around all day? At first, I go, stand up for yourself. But then I think about their situation more clearly. And I get sad. The causes go deep. Also notice here, we're actually moving around the environment in a larger manner. We're not locked to the same screens. Aw, and look at that! We don't have a shitey mini-map. We've got this. It goes deep, but the conversations remain shallow. But they're more honest. You know? Again, I think the first Nier game is the better one to put forward allegorically. Simple Chaos, I will agree that I'm definitely... It's the girl who fell on the hornet's nest. That was funny. I mean, sad. Existence is weird. Yes, it is. So now we're starting to get into, I guess, the hook. I guess the problem being is that the initial overworld and exploration elements were just bad. Like, the game had already thrown at us the rhythm game and the mini kind of Game Boy Advance style, like, exploration of the nanoscape, which at times was some pretty challenging puzzles. To then add the overworld fuckery at the same time was definitely stalling. With Nier, all you have to do is beat the fuck out of things as a big bloke, because Papa Nier is the true Nier, Brother Nier is weird. Sorry. I don't know why I feel the need to say that every time. And drift that boar. Fuck yeah. Catch that shaman fish. Fucking shaman fish. It hasn't been a while, but every now and then my buddy Uri will just DM me shaman fish. He was visiting when we played Nier the first time. Okay. I'm looking at some of the bigger heart questions. But it's sad to think that if we had stalled out completely before finding that one card hidden inside that one twisty dungeon, we wouldn't have gotten to the crux of it at all. Like, if you're going to bait and switch, you've got to have good bait to switch with. See, at first, Nier is a very simple game. You are a beefcake dad, and you have a sick little girl. And you are doing your darndest to look after her. Now, you know your way around a sword. But from the very get-go, even when it's just the two of you in the snow, which turns out to be a much bigger deal, when it's just the two of you in the snow, your purpose is clear. You are a protector. And so you go on quests to make money and get medicine for your kid and, you know, help out in the village and whatnot. When your kid goes missing, when they are taken, that sets you on a path of righteous anger. And the people you meet along the way to try and save her. You know, Emil, who is the saddest character in video games, Kanye, who is the sweariest character in video games, and the book with the long German name that I always forget, who is just very wordy. Now, Nier is fascinating because you're not even given a clarity of what's happening until your second run through. Weiss. I thought it was something Weiss? Anyway, Legend, thank you. I'll tell you this, in Nier, you will encounter monsters who will speak in an ineligible language. Once you have finished the game and you start to play again, the language of monsters is made true to you, and then you understand what they're saying, and that drastically recontextualizes everything. But up until that point, the gameplay has been a traditional hack and slash with some fucking cool twists. Most people learned about... Oh, yes. Shaunerus and Legend. It's Grimoire Weiss. Rather than Book White. Thank you. I don't know why I remembered Grimoire as being his long German name and not just what we call a fancy book. Usually a wizard one. Anyway. When you come back around for the second loop of the original Nier, not Nier Automata, what you are given is language, you're given context. And a lot of the monsters become heartbreaking tales. And then, if you choose to go for another third go around, oh, buckle up, Buttercup, because that's when it gets fucking weird. At that point, it tells you that you're going to play through it again. Actually, you're not. You're about to play all the fucking Sand Kingdom. You think you hate it the first time you go through. Wait until you find out why you should hate it. So Layoshi, what was the title? Layoshi was saying that a while back, they had a Stockholm game. Dozens of hours on and off. Yes. And like Layoshi, that's the art of video games, right? Like what we make difficult and what we make tricky. What we make simple and inviting. You know, we talked about this the other day of like a mountain is a mountain because it's hard to climb. But sometimes you don't need a mountain, you do need a little molehill. You know? How do you get the player from where they are to where they need to be? Sorry, Vershi said, I'm simple, but not inviting. Which one's Void Stranger? Sorry, I've got a... There's so many games with Void in. Oh, yes, I haven't started Void Stranger because, hot damn, that goes puzzly. And it's actually been nice to know that Void Stranger has done very well. I know DJ's been a huge champion of it. Oh, yes, no, Void Stranger goes hard. Whether or not it's what we would go on to after Blueprints, I don't know. Oh, did Super Eye Patch Wolf do a one on Void Stranger? Oh, way cool. Honestly, I only knew about it from Hero to the People Dan Jones. Oh, and Vershi, I'm glad. For whatever reason, the oven just did not cook the roasties as well as I wanted them to the other night. So we just ended up with cooked potatoes. They were good. You know, shitloads of good olive oil, rock salt, and paprika will basically make anything delicious. The Void Strange herb burn me hurt. Exactly, DJ. Sorry, I'm 2 DJs deep. But yeah, Heroes to the People Dan Jones does a very, very good taste in weird and puzzly games. Like, I'm kind of jelly that Heroes to the People Dan Jones has gotten to do all of UFO 50. Or at least most of UFO 50. I know I think Barry's finished UFO 50. But yeah. I mean, this is where this thing is so complicated because, like, you can't. It's so hard. It's so hard sometimes to internalize when a game has failed at something and when, the problem is between chair and controller, you know what I mean? Oh shit. Wait, Virals, what's Zero Ranger? Kinda curious now. Because the thing that... Okay. I wasn't sure what to expect from Anodyne 2. The whole concept of jumping between different genres of games was something I was well aware of. And when the main thing that we had to do battle with was dust, my brain started to be like, oh, you clean the dust out the cartridge so it runs proper. And here in Dustbound Village, we see this kind of like glitched out pixel art, very evocative of when your cartridge is having a bad day. I apologize. I didn't mean to skip through as much dialogue there as possible because I want to cover as much ground as possible. But they're having a burial ceremony for one of their tribe. As they danced, she begins to speak in a strangely rhythmic voice. When she says the words, "You go on ahead," all the Dustborn say the same in unison. Oh, Zero Ranger is also a shmump. Okay, you shmumpin'. Yeah, I would definitely say that the original Nier is the game I would, like, closely put this against, like, allegorically. Man, that's been my fucking word of the day. Sorry, I've said that, like, 5 times. I guess because the other thing is that most people went into Nier because of the gimmick, which was every dungeon is a different game. That is to say that, like, one dungeon is a classic Prince of Persia style platformer, one dungeon is a shmup, one is a fixed camera Resident Evil em-op, and one of them is basically a text adventure. For those of you who played through the Alan Wake 2 DLC, that bit, but more so. You navigate a dream, and the dream is told in poetry and words. But I thought that was something that was so powerful because, it is an action RPG. And for, the village where you must do battle in a dream, you don't use blades, but words. I don't know. He's a mycologist. That means he studied Michael. Here is where I'm definitely... I will critique that this game really likes to tell us what to think and not let us think. It's telling us what to feel. So here Nova is saying that, if she had come to this village sooner, she could have saved this person who's just been buried. And our new friend is like, no, hey, everybody dies. Nova reciting kind of like the doctrine is saying, no, everyone is useful to the center. No one should pass away because everyone has a purpose. And then this person is just saying it plain as words. Purpose is an idea. It is a tool for people. We are not the tools of purpose. I kept drowning in that water maze of words. Ah, I see you've read House of Leaves. Okay, it was said, say head east from here or out of here? Yeah, so Orzine, you're right. Everybody at the center was very aged. And most of the problems that we were helping people with did seem to stem from the fact that they've been doing the same thing for far, far too long. You know, Lampshade Guy and his obsession with lampshades. That did not come from a fucking healthy place, that's for sure. Okay. It's the Handfruit Heaven. May you be safe here until the path forward is made clear. A cavernous room is beautiful but deathly still. The soft creak of the door disrupts the quiet. There's no one here. Of course there's no one here. Nova could not have expected the palisade to be standing here, waiting with open arms. The plan must be unfolded, the gears must turn. When the abstract pieces finally fall into place, the image will be revealed. Yeah, Orzine, that's a good point. Like, the person who sent a package to their old friend, that friend probably has died of old age. Right eye, the dice. One must take note of the colour and letter on which the dice land. Life is never truly random. It only might appear that way to the limitations of one's mind. Right 2. The bridge. Is the walkway made of unstable materials. The edges of the bridge must never be touched, as indicated by their bright yellow coloration. Right 3. The gift. One is to pour out an offering and watch it fall away. To be truly free, one must let go of the things that provide false comfort and false safety. The center will unfold, and that is enough. Nova need only carry out the rites faithfully for the palisade to surely return. She's broken somehow. She can feel the glandulock seed coughing and sputtering. She remembers the bed that she woke up on earlier that day, the strange sense of longing. Also, we've had a seed implanted in our head that's going to hatch at some point. Like, yeah, no, that seems great. Wait, why am I back here? By the time you woke up, what happened? I'm dying. I don't know. What do you feel? What I feel? What do you mean? Why do you keep doing that? Doing what? Call me those nonsense words. You mean like casserole and split pea? Those aren't nonsense words. They're delectable food items. You don't know about eating. I guess this kid's only been existing for like 5 hours. Eating is kind of like reverse talking. Instead of your thoughts coming out of your mouth, your food going into your mouth. Ah! You know what, Simple Chaos? I keep forgetting that the blacked out screen isn't the voice of narration. It's our character thinking it through. It must be a great... Like, that little area has to be a place of worship, because the idea of play is not something that exists with them. Try this cream of mushroom soup. Do you know it's great for baking? You're out of the realm of the center's influence, so you just need to eat and sleep like the rest of us now. Yeah. I'm just annoyed that that one key on that fucking hill and that one box inside the tree topiary squad. That was all that stood between me and finding the parts of this game that actually get going. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. Bless you. Bless you. Sorry, I was looking to see if the game club had pushed us out. They hadn't. And I noticed that Jim Tresina is now following me. Sorry, friends, I got distracted there. That's on me. Okay, so let's go back through the... Let's go back through the meetup map. See if there are any other bangers. I would be interested, because I did very kindly get sent a copy of it, I believe. So this team's next game... where is it? Oh. You know what? It was... you know what it was? Sephen was their next one, and I'm glad to see that did better in the end. It's kind of like what was the 3-character 2D platforming game? Trine? It was going for something similar to that. And their most recent one is Anodyne Era. Hang on, let me show you that from this perspective. Here we go. So this is their latest title. This came out right at the end of last year. And again, another easy one to see where the influences and things are coming from. Because I would be interested to see, with the lessons learned from Anodyne 2, how this team puts stuff together now, right? Because this looks like a glorious Net Rosy RPG. And that whole scene was gloriously weird. It definitely looks like a game. I always love the Net Rosy games, so I guess I'm a sucker for that one. Just seeing everything springs forth. nothing leaping forth there. It definitely looks like a whole game.
It's all mixed together.
Okay. So, Orzine and Simple Chaos, you got to spend time with this game. Tell me some things about this that you really enjoyed. You know, I forget who it was earlier. Was it Dustin? Oh, someone said that the dev needed to have someone with a fly swatter nearby to thwap their hand. Because I don't want to say kill your darlings, but you know what it is? Is that the controlling influence of the center and what we were tasked to do doesn't fit with the open worldiness of where we had to go find the quote-unquote cards. Well, Virals, with your style of game, like, the initial pitch is very clear with Void Rains, right? By which I mean, like, no one is overtly confused with what Void Rains Upon Her Heart is asking you for, right? You know, the fact that it becomes more, the fact that it is more, isn't a necessary barrier to entry. In fact, okay, sorry, I don't mean to toot your horn. If you haven't played it, The Void Rains Upon Her Heart is Virals' game. It is a roguelike shoot 'em up. It feels very reminiscent of Slay the Spire, but bullet hell. And in the beginning, it does a great thing in that it tells you, the premise is very, very simple. You are playing as a little fey creature, and you're going to use the power of love and friendship to save the world. You're gonna protect your heart, and you're gonna show love to the hearts of all these monsters. And you're like, okay, I have a heart, the enemy has a heart, I just have to blast that, right? Sure. And there's loads of cute metaphors about love and stuff, and then it's like, oh no, this story is actually about, you know, the unending battle against misery and depression, and how it is not a battle fought and won once, that it is a darkness you push back against, and that sometimes you lose, and that's okay. And that's just the first character. That's not even going into the other plot lines. You know, Void Rains uses the loops to show... trying to show... continuing. You know, in this, you start off as a tool for a machine. But it is neither clear with what your purpose is and how you should enact that purpose. And now that we're starting to see the world for the less ridiculous that it is coming together, but... it's just... So, Orzine, I really appreciate games that... It's the chewy bit, right? That the idea that if you look into every part of the world, you will be rewarded, as opposed to the you didn't look in every part of the world, enjoy being stuck. Sorry, I wanted the positives. I apologize. So Orzine was saying it reminded them of Ocarina of Time, specifically the different roles of the Hyrule field, where the open space has a few things listed across it. There's a still linearity inherent to the game, but you can still go around and do the the short amount of exploration. It does make the world feel like a world. Yes. Sorry, I need to just shut my own whore mouth a little bit. Which may be medically impossible.
Welcome to the pug store. We're not responsible if your puppy causes you to no-clip through dimensions.
Akari, thank you for 200. So you said no clip, and my brain was like, did we have a no clip in our playthrough of my house? Because Will shuts his own mouth. Challenge level impossible. Already failed. Already failed with a knee bang. Okay, performed the right... Ah, we have blue and sea. Blue is the color of water and Palisade's dress. Center Sanctuary lies beneath the water in CCC. It was there that the I met Palisades of the blue dress. Even thought today. Even today I'm confused. Blue sea reminds me of where this all began. I guess there's the idea that they could have... No, can't touch the edges. Must cross properly. What do you mean? Pitiful, you are unprepared for Palisade's return. See, here's the thing. We've only just gotten to see the character from who we are playing as. We didn't even have a voice earlier. Today I learned how to eat. The soup felt warm and tingly. Soon we will have no need for eating and sleeping. Jesus, that's always soup. But like now we are starting to see that this character we're playing as is an absolute fanatic. But they were a silent protagonist up until this point, you know. Link is Link because his actions are ours to choose. This is kind of like if he started spouting Hyrulean Manifesto and you're like, alright, I know you're on board, but buddy, you're here, I need you down here. It's also this idea that what we were reading at this point was Nova's internal dialogue, not a narration or a narrator. And yeah, there's always soup. Oh, okay. So to those of you who have played Anodyne 2, is there anything that we haven't had the chance to talk about? If you want to go into spoilers for further down the line, please. Or, like, Simple Chaos or Zine, if you want to talk about a thing further down the line that we haven't seen yet, just go hard. When you shoot blocks at me, keep the shoot button held down. Release the button when the block is near me to pull your punch. There we go. So it's kind of adding like a little... So it's got to be careful not to break our friend's skull. God. Okay, the rhythm bit here is driving me up the wall. The axe is near you, except for it's not when it's near you. It's when it's halfway across. Sorry. Okay. Shoot me. I'll deflect it, then press the shoot button before it hits you. Oh. Going to do a crime. Okay. So Simiko says, Nova has two main character points, the Savior and the Child. What they enjoyed about this is the play between that. Up until most of Dusttown, we only have the Savior, and we know that Nova has found their voice. We are now seeing the Child. Parts of her trying to sort out what they know. You know what? That's a good point. You know, I often bring up good old the Hyrulean weapon of mass destruction, the surface-to-air, tactically deployable twink. But he is very muted, and it would be very interesting if he found his voice. I mean, it'd actually be very, very dull because like the steadfast and unwavering duty that he has. Hip hop, yeah. My apologies. He is devoted. Like, most of it is protect the princess, and then it's save the princess. Well, excuse me, princess. Yeah. Oh, so Nova says, I don't understand, and now the weird little seed in our head is angry? We all need to grow and figure out where our priorities truly lie. Speaking of growing, are you ready for farming? Been slowing down lately. Hope you can pick up some of the slack. Okay, so Orzine, that makes a sense. Like I see, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Sorry, the silent protagonist may have worked better. May have worked better with only a few scant lines. But it is interesting that as they find their personality, they also find their voice. The way in which Center is kind of, I mean, literally. Like, literally molded this child. From that very beginning where, you know, the egg folk telling you how great and perfect you are. Whew. And it is also kind of interesting because is the protagonist of System Shock 2 just referred to as Goggles? Because I just realised I've never referred, because it's always been my character, so I never really considered that they might need a designation, but... Egg folk telling you how great and perfect you are. Yes, I remember old Twitter. Okay. But that is... Yellow A. Like, System Shock 2 is very interesting because, like, the whole allegories of, you know, control and... like, the perception that you have control over your own actions and all of that ilk is kind of fascinating. In this, you've been given... You've been given a task, but not freedom. And at essentially the halfway mark, you are starting to learn what it is to be alive. The official name, as Wiki states, is Soldier G64434-2. This rolls off the tongue. It does have cool goggles. At some point, I am looking forward to getting a squad together to drink and play System Shock 2 together. But it's like, it's not a cheap game. Okay. Okay, so in the words of positive things, one thing that I really appreciated is how this little device is used for so much more than just the designation that you have leapt between, you know, retro and 3D. I'm so glad we got out of... Perhaps that's it. Like, perhaps what I keep scratching at is how... the early game in this is... Bless you. Exactly. You're expected to be a hero and a savior, but you are never given a reason to do shit. Like, all the metaphorical speeches was given no weight. Yes! Early on, the two angel-like creatures talk about how great and wonderful you are and how great and wonderful Center is, and that you must clear the dust because that's what Center wants. But you're told nothing. You encounter these dust storms, but they're not dust storms like dust inside people. Where? Okay, so it's, Nova is believing that only the Center can create life from dust, which isn't true. With the wrestling announcer still screaming, "It appears that Elegy has created a new life form!" I need you to take it down a notch, buddy. Oh, yes, apologies. I was in the zone. God. You know, it wouldn't take much to take this from good to brilliant. You know, I think that the allegory for Center's control over Nova, or at least their reach, could have worked very well with just go here, do this. Oh no, Vernon. Yeah, while you were up getting more root beer, it was really kind of interesting because like it changed completely, and then the Nova started smoking and then being like, "Hey kids, you want to know about overfishing?" It was weird, like the super deep gravelly voice as well, like real Marlborough tentacle kind of voice. And again, it's very, very easy to talk about stuff in games like it could have been, it should have been. You know, this came out 2019, so it came out well after the indie game Cambrian explosion that we're currently in. And there are a lot of little touches that would have taken this from good to great. I'm always in two minds as to whether or not a game like this should be voiced. Because with how core the language parts are to this, like honestly, you don't really do much. You don't really do much as the hero. Everything is from oh. And yeah, every time Nova gets angry, the weird seed we have jammed into our skull gets mad as well. Because we're like, dust is a source of corruption. No. Dust channeling is a way of life for the Dustbound. You know that we treat dust differently than the Center. Well, maybe you or Drem can handle playing with such dangerous forces, but this little one must learn what we all must learn, that we are made of dust, and it is the power that flows through us, that one day we will return to dust. I have work to do. So yeah, sorry this has kind of morphed into more of like a little play along than the usual kind of game club discussion and wine, but with so few of us who have gotten into this one, and yeah, Simple Chaos is the only one of us who's been able to kind of finish it through, that does say something. And it makes it It makes it difficult for the usual steering. I mean, true. But no, the reason why I was like, some voice lines could be used here very powerfully, but also the text and its charm is part of how it kind of sneaks on in. I think perhaps I don't know, a clearer understanding of the early space. I don't know, friends. There's something about this that's kind of, what's the word? There's something about this that's kind of, for lack of a better term, niggling at me. Yeah, and Simple Chaos, maybe that was it. Like, you know, I was just sitting in the dark last night with the guide and the game trying to make something that resembled progress. Like, from what you were saying, Simple Chaos, and I'm glad we got this point, that our little character is only, what, days old? And has no concept of play but is still a child, and cannot contextualize things as anything other than a ritual. So even having a little rope bridge and a slide has to be in service of something. You know, the indoctrination runs deep. Oh my god, okay. I'm getting a little recall on this. Yeah, no, she's literally recruited at birth for a singular goal. You're all familiar with the rule of 3, but have you tried the rule of 15? I guess it always comes down to, like, what are you trying to convey with your game? Like, how do you want people to feel? The amount of explanation and exposition we're getting from Nova as a character, it makes it hard for us. It's playing very fast and loose with there we fucking go. The cool thing about Free Will is being able to turn off the game. And Vershi with that was a little fire special. And Vershi with I prefer the rule of 2. Always 2 there are. A master and celebrity apprentice. Yeah, playing very fast and loose with those hitboxes. Okay, so the new wrestler who's jumped into the set is the Center. Ho 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 ho. I think they're about to trigger a war response here, and I think Nova's about to actually kill a person. For far too long, you dustbound have floundered the natural order. You roll in filth and parade like foolish, disgusting viruses. Now hold on, the Center. I'm Lumbering Jack, proud member of the Dustbound. You better think twice before you insult my people like that. Ha ha! You dare to stand up to me, you puny little sapling? I could turn you into kindling with a snap of my finger. No matter what happens to me, the Dustbound will live on. So they're doing basically play wrestling propaganda. Whenever someone in New Zealand chooses vulnerability over domination, they are Dustbound. Whenever someone faces fear and annihilation and finds new beauty, they are Dustbound. Well, who are you to turn against my will? I created you. Maybe you did. If you created me, then you should really understand by now. I'm my own being. This is either wrestling therapy or our character is about to kill someone pretending to be the Center, and we're gonna have to say a lot of sorries. Silent, insolent stain! This talking has gone on long enough! Prepare to fight! In which, you know, as long as against the soils, the large and strong, but I see now, at our core, we are the same. We are triumphs of life. In a cold and sterile world, I, Lumbering Jack, cannot face the Center alone. Please help me. Together, we can secure a future. Something, something. My head. Nova's blood runs cold. She hears the soft squelch of writhing worms, feels the hot breath of Gustine Palam's probing tongue. Ugh. The Dustborn weren't there to see Materia Winslow wasting away alone in a dim, disheveled room. They shouldn't have borne the brunt of Barn Malagine's endless, bitter rage. Blinded by arrogance, they could never understand the true nature of the dust. See, Palamist warned Nova about such folly. She had been warned. Now the Dustborn would burn, and Nova with them. Who can sidestep fate? There is no way forward but the Centers. Stupid, disgusting, foolish. What could she have been thinking? Weedrun Witch? Ah. Okay. Does anyone else want another glass of wine? Would you like some more wine? Are you good? I'm gonna... Okay. Okay. There you go. Okay. Sorry, friends. Oh, Aeon, yeah, I can pour another glass. I might end up drinking both of them, but it is fine. Not every game is for every person. I find it hard because what I can see in it is the things that I want to change so drastically. But perhaps if we'd managed to hit to this point, I don't know. But there's also like a visual novel amount of reading and exposition when I'm usually a fan of, like, you know, show me, don't tell me.
Wait, but you had to get through, like, what, 6-7 hours of game to get to this point?
Yes, and the points in which I got stuck on were not...
Like...
Who
has that much time? Like, if you're gonna tell a story, then tell the story.
Yes.
I don't have 7 fucking hours to get through nonsense to get to the bulk of the game where the game actually gets good. If you force me to sit through 7 hours of bad gameplay and a bunch of text, I'm not going to get there.
Yes.
Which means your story doesn't matter to me. But that's my opinion.
Well, and when there's nothing but the story, it's... I don't know. How dare a game exist that isn't exclusively for us? Exactly, Fred. How dare it? I know. I'm trying... The thing was with... With Recall, there was brilliance. But it was then bogged down by some very, very questionable decisions and a complete, like, midway point turn from its initial premise. Yeah. Sorry, Virtue just saying, some games aren't for everybody. Also will. I desperately want to enjoy this game, even if it means suffering through it. Well, it's seeing that spark of brilliance. See, 24 Killers showed us its everything, but then dangled mystery and story. I mean, yes, I do enjoy suffering. This has been well documented. And this has that book feeling that when you get a really good core hook and then you keep getting sidelined for some other reason. Like, I gave up on the Vora because it had two, maybe three really good characters, and then kept introducing characters that became more and more obnoxious. Like when the POVs shipped to, you know, a rich British teenager, I just wanted to start swinging. So I put the book down. With this, because fuck you guys. And yes, Simple Chaos, that is why I keep you lot around. Yes, you know what, DJ Coyle? I'm definitely the same vein. DJ Coyle was saying that when many people get a career in games, they say that it ruins playing games for them. I'm like DJ Coyle, that hasn't been the case. I still love playing games. The problem is when something like this, when you can see the steps, you know, people get to just say stuff like, I don't know, Project Silverfish should be multiplayer. Oh, well, I mean, just whip that the fuck up right now.
Well, obviously.
We'll just make that. Akari, how's the multiplayer rock paper scissors going? It's so simple, right?
Isn't that just a tick of a box?
Yeah, it's just a drop down menu in Godot. Yeah, there are only 3 options. Oh, and just tighten the graphics on level 4. Now, in this, a streamlining. There are only 3 options. Give me a Red Bull and 2 hours. I don't doubt that. I just worry what will happen to you. What that cost will be. And so yeah, that's where games like this kind of like, they end up being like a little bit like a Splinter, because there are snippets of absolute brilliance here, but they are mired by some stuff that, I mean, if you think about it, I'm only still here because we're doing this as a game club thing. If this had just been a stream, honestly, friends, I would have put this game down when I nearly fell asleep playing it, and I never would have come back. And that's me. Fucking Mr. Rainworld. Fucking Rainworld. But then, Rainworld is sadistic, but it's consistent, right? Sorry, just as an aside, DJ Core saying their former idiot boss claimed that he could prototype an entire game in an afternoon. Then he spent one weekend on Godot tutorials. It does. Money does melt brains. Because you have no one to tell you, nah. Now, in this case, this does feel like this needed a good few playtests. Because honestly, I think about this thing a lot. I was watching a documentary about like hit songs, just back when we used to watch terrestrial television and whatnot, and it was just on, and it was, you know, the story behind, you know, multi, like, you know, international hit singles and whatnot, whatever. And the one I think about constantly was with the Pixies. And the bassist for the Pixies is like, you know, people give me shit all the time because they don't think I can play. And so the bassist just drops a fat lick, and you're like, oh shit. And then because the one song, Where Is My Mind, is just 2 notes. But you know what? That was exactly what it needed. Any more would have taken away. Any more would have been less. And I'm like, and there we go. Like, the complexity of the early areas trying to get the cards together, and the sheer, you know, just fucking work it out isms would stall out a lot of people. Why did we have to collect 12 cards to proc this point? And some of those cards were just things found in the world. Why not make it 8 cards and have each of them be something that matters? You know, in that scene earlier where Nova freaks out and runs out of the wrestling ring, they haven't seen what has happened to people infected by dust, at least from Nova's perspective. And the cards were a representation of that, except for when they weren't, when they were just shit that we were given for no reason. Act 1 of this needed so much less. And it was a real kind of, alright homie, you gotta kill your darlings. Because I looked over the game club. So if you join the game club, there is a Discord. I know, everything has a Discord. Except for ours is good. It's not a cult. But in the game club Discord, loads of people were saying like that they really stalled out. And the thing is like, if you never got to Dustbound Village, you wouldn't be remiss in thinking that it's just, you know. Like, one of the things I would like to get to, but I don't know if we've got time, I should just keep mashing some buttons, is the thing that Simple Chaos was talking about, the prototypes and the, you know, the weird little extra games. I know some of the later stuff gets super fucking strange. I want to get into that paint, right? And I understand that, like, you know, with Nier and similar things, you can't just expect to be handed all of the weird reveals and strange stuff. But again, Nier is ultimately a hack and slash RPG. The other things are the surprise, the reveal. It's not a cult. Yes. I'm sorry, Aeon was just saying the difference between the Lord of the Rings movie trilogy and the Hobbit movie trilogy is visible on the cutting room floor. Now, we all know the reason why that was extended was because they wanted more movie to more money, you know? Please, Mr. the Peter Jackson, give us another trilogy. We need $1 trillion. This is a more personal, more private project, which is also why I think it needed... I needed a good friend or a really good producer. It needed a playtester with a fly swatter to go, whoosh, cut that back. Or streamline that early process so that we can get to this good bit. Like this thing here, like the little kid who was born of dust is running around playing with the dice. But Nova doesn't understand play, so she's screaming at this child, like, don't play with these. Like, these aren't yours. Maybe start with the game being good. Like, it feels like we're rushing... Oh. What the fuck? Okay, so the child was upset that we got mad at them for fucking with the ritual dice, and then we got spat out. But I guess all of the Dustborn live inside the weird dog creature? But we're still hurting, so... Nova peers down the edge to the spire below. Below, the dust storm quietly rages unchanged. She tries to reflect on the past weeks, but it's all clouded by waves of anger. She feels an uncomfortable tickle in her throat, a strange heaviness in her legs, but ignores it. How could the Dustborn live like that? How could Palisade be gone? Okay, is it going to make me go back to Center Sanctuary? Okay. So again, Simple Chaos or Zine, is there anything else on this that you all would like to natter about before, I guess, we bring this part to a close? And for those of you who've just been watching this evening or got to see the stream, even while I was a sleepy disaster, You know what, Ozine? It feels like the kind of game that people point to when someone makes a real, like absolutely changes the landscape title and go, ah, here's where you can see the spark. This is the Kingsfield of Anodyne. Yeah, Simple Chaos, yeah. It gets in its own way more than not. What the fuck? Okay, we're gonna add a new... Okay. Okay. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Are we done?
We're so done.
Are we done? Have we suffered enough? Yay! Fucking God! Thank you. Oh my God. Wait, what happened? I stopped watching.
Nothing bad. It was just the title wanted to introduce another character who was going to step into the same place that our pseudo mother character had been, but this one was now called Sea Visionary, about visions, about the future, and I'm like, ebb and flow and pacing is so important. I don't play a lot of visual novels because visual novels have no pacing most of the time. That is not to say visual novels are bad, but
No, but you have to, you know, it's a veteran skill to make a good visual novel.
yes. And the balance between like text and exposition and how much we get agency in the world. Oh shit, Will's did some visual novels! Get the visual novel people in here! Wait, so the new guy was gonna be the guy for buying dev stuff. Oh, and that's what we were gonna spend dust on. Wizardos, there's no help for you. We actually haven't found a way to inoculate against Warframe. I have latent Warframe syndrome. At any point, it could flare up again.
That was just a rash.
No, if you look real closely, it's exactly the shape of an Excalibur frame.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Hey, Anodyne, that's feckin' great. Clive Barker's Undying. The prequel to Clive Barker's Jericho by Clive Barker, which is apparently a joke I still laugh at. Virals have been clean for years. Okay, so friends, miscreants, club members, legends. That was Anodyne 2. I think that this was a good learning opportunity.
There's actually an internal metric the devs use to measure how quickly new players are joining the game. It's the Warframe rate.
You're right, Verdon. I forgot to thank the nonsense merchants, as there are loads of you. But yes, I think that brings our January game club to a close. All right, you terrors. Now, the last thing we have to do on the club. Okay, so the last things we have to do, we have to come up with a score for this game.
This well-deserved break from Anodyne is brought to you by the Smug Store. You know who we are and what we sell.
You know what we're about. Okay, so we need to take a group photo. So get your best emotes and not swears ready. Then we need to give the game a rating. And one thing that they do ask is, if possible, please leave this game a review on Steam. And I understand that, like, a lot of these games aren't ones that did massive. I'm not going to. I don't think I can recommend this as a game to buy. I will probably be talking about this for a while. And honestly, not to be a I'm so clever, I'm so smart about this, but I would love to go back over this game and do like a doctor, like 1, some clear signposting for the early cards. 2, cutting the amount of cards needed and keeping them only to key characters and beats, right? Ditch the rhythm game. Okay. All right, you terrorists. All right, everybody pose. Yeah, I mean, they missed the early Zelda-y thing of you have the starting area locked in so people can work out what the hell they do. Ditch the car. All right, everybody. You want to get in on the group photo for this month? All right, just like that, but with less swear words and less weird faces. All right.
More swear words. So you can even throw up a middle finger if you want.
Okay.
I hate it.
Do you wanna take a better?
I'll
You might
hold
have-
it.
You hold it.
You're a bad angler.
Yeah.
What does that just have? Oh, it's my empty can.
Oh my word. Scared the pee out of me.
Ew, again?
I don't have any pee
I
left.
just cleaned the chair. I'm gonna make you hold that. No, you missed it. You gotta hold the face. Okay, here.
There we go. All right. Beans.
Beans. Okay, now let me move this.
Actually, so Avenger, I do have a transforming foam stand, but that's not the same. Selfies have to have that weird jank to them.
Oh, Lord. Now that that's done.
Oh, so again, friends, if you want to join in for next month's game club, we don't know what the game is. We've been told it's going to be more arcadey, whatever that means. Look, while I definitely did not get on with this title, I appreciate getting out of my comfort zone and, you know, having an excuse for conversation. You know, we play a lot of incredible games all the time, and sometimes, you know, if you're sipping nothing but lightning in a bottle, it can breed arrogance. Like DJ Coyle was saying, like, how DJ Coyle's boss was like, oh yeah, I could prototype a great game in a weekend. Because you sit there and you play great games and you work on games. You're like, oh yes, I'm a white male, so I'm therefore so brilliant.
No, that's just white man ignorance, because I play
Stop
really,
that
really
incessant
painful,
clicking.
and I don't think I can make a game. PP chair.
Fucking. It's not pee!
I tried to put a chair in Unity, whatever, one time, and I about had a damn stroke. It's like, how the fuck do you set it? I just want to put a chair down! And then I closed it and never touched it again.
It seems so
I
simple.
was like, I'm just gonna play games. I'll let people who get paid to do this do it.
Akari has just realized that they are the Jarl and has declared that the rug store stores rugs. If a rug store could store rugs.
Like mostly vinegar. But it's still pee. That's what that smell was.
Yeah, it's pickled liver.
It's weird that I smelled it in the kitchen sink though, but it's fine. I told you not to pee in the kitchen sink.
You advised against peeing in the kitchen sink.
Yeah, we have to wash dishes there.
It's fine. Sanitary. Wizard Host, you'd have to take that up with the rug store. This is not fit the music I put on. It's fucking Resi Evil. Okay. Oh, fucking some Sonic Jams. There we go. What, they did the job?
This image is burned into my brain in my sleep.
Also same. But I find it weirdly comforting. No, so Aeon, you're entirely welcome. Like, we can have a little sip and a natter. I'm going to be throwing over to Little Fire in a second.
This message is brought to you by the rug store. Please stop asking if they fly, those are carpets.
Carpets.
Yeah, you can get a flying carpet or you can get a chucked rug, but you can't have both. But yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's a game. If you enjoyed it, you enjoyed it. That's good.
You know what it
I'm
is?
sure somebody has a great time with it.
Oh yeah, and I think that if I'd been able to get past, like if I hadn't gotten stuck on the overworld stuff, I would have breezed straight into the Dustborn village, and then it would be like, oh, there's layers to these characters, and you know, I try and remind myself that sometimes the emotional experience with the game is kind of like motion sickness, in that once it starts to set in, you just have to leave and wait for it to dissipate. And I've been trying to force myself to go through it, and that never really ends well. Matching hoodies! Matching hoodies!
I need to buy Gremlin merch again.
So we'll have a sip of wine and a little natter, friends, a little hangout. Little Fire is going to be jumping into Dead format, which, if you haven't seen, is Scottish horror. Like, you're definitely getting a better game tonight. I'll say that for free.
Only disclaimer is that there is violence against monsters and creatures in the VHS area. That's it.
Yeah. All right. Well, friends, let me show you what Little Fire's got cooked up for you. All right. We Scottish ordered. Ghoulish video spawns a whole video nasty. Ray's not here, so I can do my Scottish voice.
They pop up like, Will.
Well, been here the whole time. Fuck. Wizardos, you're not wrong. I try to explain to people that, like, the Chumbawamba in the UK isn't as bad as it would be if you did it out here. The whiskey drink, lager drink, cider drink, vodka drink. Because the measures are much smaller in the UK, and most lager and cider is much weaker.
I'm curious why our gun is covered in flesh, but
Oh, you haven't seen Existence, have you?
no.
Voted the most horrifying gun prop in media.
There's probably gonna be a lot of stuff you're gonna have to explain.
Oh, in this?
Yeah.
Yes, well, I'm kind of looking forward to it. It's been 2 weeks since anyone last heard from me brother.
It's fine. You just start playing World
Yeah, more likely.
This ad brought to you by the Mini Rug Store, our new wig franchise at the back of the rug store. Pop in and see us on 2Pay Tuesday for 20%
You
off.
pay for Tuesday. I said you buy one, you get one on your head. But yeah, so this is super, like, VHS coded, not quite video nasty like Manhunt, but more. Oh my fucking life.
What is that?
That is a fucking shower. Oh my god.
What is that?
Oh my god, I think I had one of those was growing up.
Why do I have knobs and dials in my shower?
Because it's not just a crank. So cold water goes into here. You change the heat there, and then you change the water pressure or style there, and it's always bad. Because just like every other shower, it goes from icy, 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 peel your fucking skin off.
Oh,
there is a perfect sweet spot that will turn you into a fucking safe cracker. That is to say, someone who can crack into a safe, not a polite white person.
What the fuck, Will?
I had to say it before someone else
Scottish horror.
did.
Is this
Jesus
a
may
common
love you,
thing
but everyone else
nowadays,
thinks you're a
or-
cunt.
Oh. So yes, Bacon, that is still the best line in video games. Jesus loves you, Kaz. Everyone else thinks you're a cunt.
Oh, so when I want to go on a hardcore diet, I just won't eat, and then I'll let you show me existence.
It'll make you feel some things you're not going to want to eat after.
Okay.
Scottish horror is just a Friday night in Glasgow. I'll take a Friday night in Glasgow over a Friday night in fucking Blackpool any day.
Right, yeah, I totally know what that means.
But yeah, so friends, so this is the game that Little Fire is going to be playing for you all in, I'd say,
A little bit.
a little bit.
No rush.
Scottish horror, the bottle is empty. We're out of Buckfast.
It's still early for my scheduled start times.
Yeah.
No big deal.
And also, like, I've missed you lot. I am sorry we didn't get to do blueprints yesterday. The craving is real. Aeon did little, like, guinea pigs slots.
I'm gonna have to print up
I think I might.
frame it.
Actually, I should try and get the printer going, see if it actually works.
It probably just needs ink if you don't at best.
Yeah. Yeah, Hawks, honestly, I think you'd be safer, like, visiting the deepest, darkest jungles than Blackpool, but that's just me. Okay, Simple Chaos, that is your engage. Of course, Existence is Cronenberg. The game console that plugs into a little spine port.
Didn't we watch a movie that you didn't realize was Cronenberg?
Yeah, but that had one bit in it. The rest of the movie was just Jeremy Irons eating scenery and being brilliant.
He's trying to act like he's better than you.
Actually, Verdant Flow, Little Fire has seen Split. You fell asleep.
So I haven't seen it.
That was the hacking horror game.
So I haven't seen it.
Wait, who was I picking on? Was I saying the wrong person?
Who made the guinea pig thing?
I was Ehrman. Did I say Aeon? Sorry. But it is brilliant. Oh,
Ooh,
charming.
lovely.
Oh, it's weirder somehow.
The pictures you see on dating profiles.
Yep. Symphony of a Severed Soul, Violins of Violence. It's gonna be really good. This was one I had wanted to play with your load, so I'm really glad we're getting to it tonight. Age Cleaner, what time? Welcome. We've kind of finished with Game Club for the evening. I was definitely a little bit more critical of Anodyne 2 than I was expecting.
You were nicer than I would have been. So kudos to you.
Thank you. I had to dig deep. Because here's the thing. Without Simple Chaos, I never would have seen any of that, and I just would have yoked that shit in the bin. Because, you know what, I can show you. So this is the official walkthrough written by the creator.
And you still couldn't find what you needed to find?
Title score, spoil none. Center City. Open the pause menu and look at the icons. They give you hints where to look. Spoiler, they don't.
Okay, but this is the walkthrough, so don't tell me that they give me hints. Just tell me what I'm doing. I don't.
The supermarket, the back of the alleyways, inside the house. Okay, it does not tell you
You remember?
the back of the alleyways.
Okay.
Great.
Do you remember? I remember when you used to just print out entire walkthroughs.
Oh, game facts.
Yes, and it was just detail after detail after detail. This is not a walkthrough. I might as well watch a YouTube video where they cut and edit and you don't see anything.
Yeah, so these were the things that was like, a dolphin near Blue Vale West Car Wash can give you some hints. 3 characters to shrink into Blue Vale. There's 1 in BVW and 2 in BVE. Blue Vale is fucking massive. It's like, it's clean Jeff and a chest inside Jeff. Okay. Top of the car wash. It wasn't the top of the car wash, it was the little... Yeah, anyway. This is... Got a game fax the other day. Don't have a fax machine, so I'm not sure what they said.
That is literally the emptiest walkthrough I've ever seen.
Yes.
Oh.
And then... Yeah, so you'll notice here, I'm trying to look to see where the... This isn't a walkthrough, it's a sprint through. It doesn't contain... Hawk says, what was the last game that made you cry intentionally? God, I have to look at our playlist. I know if you got to me last week. But yeah, so this was the walkthrough I was trying to work off of last night to try and get further in. Oh, obviously Silk Song. I can't say what it was that made me cry, but it got me. It got me. Okay, so whilst we're all hanging out, I'd like to talk to you all about tomorrow. I didn't even put placeholder on because things have been very challenging, as they have been challenging for us all, and I was having a ponder about what we might like to do tomorrow. Now, Little Fire suggested doing blueprints tomorrow, but I also know a bunch of you are avoiding spoilers, so as much as I want to do just that, because Little Fire has seen how much I've been fucking jonesing for it, I also don't want anybody to have to miss out on tomorrow, because it's been a good while since we've had like a good hangout Saturday. I was just asking like folks if anybody has any ideas, requests, or otherwise for tomorrow. So Hawks, we've already done Golden Idol. We haven't done Golden Idol 2's DLC, but we did Obra Dinn. I think I've got the Obra Dinn book here. I don't know if you would love or hate Obra Dinn. It's nothing but puzzles, but it's also slow burn horror.
Okay, but you know how I feel about horror games and puzzles.
Yes, well that's why you're keeping me around for this one.
There's a fine line between a horror game with some puzzles or a puzzle game with some horror elements.
Mist Ward is not a short game, that's for sure. Hang on, we think about the same one?
Moby Dick, but you're an insurance adjuster. I tried to play that on Steam Deck. It's not.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, it's not a fun play on Steam Deck.
No.
Yeah, you don't want to play that on PC.
Yeah, I mean that's because Suckpop, they make small games on small budgets that feel good. Sorry, this is. I'm trying to find out if they took the AI out of it for the Steam release.
Isn't this the? Which one is this?
This is Front Mission 3. So this was the PlayStation 1, which I played hundreds of hours. Didn't play the original.
That's where you get, and then you have all the bad reviews that are the people who did play the original.
Yeah. Scotty says, Saturday, isn't it dealer's choice?
See, I told him to do the blueprint, but he said no, because a lot of people are avoiding spoilers. Because then you could just have some drinks and play some blueprints.
Oh, I don't know if I want to be doing that one drunk.
Sure.
I do. So Scotty's saying build some Gundams. We could see we film tomorrow and have like a little crafternoon lead into some arena. Because I'm also jonesing for Arena Breakout.
Yeah.
I unfortunately can't play that when I'm in any kind of mental distress, so...
I wanted to play that this morning.
Do we need a wheel of random indie?
That'd be a good idea.
No, Vershi, the local bud tenders ask me not to talk about indie games anymore. They say it stresses them out too much.
Just go down to Trader Joe's and be like, hey, listen, I have a question for you. You'd be like, we need some food, but I can't go downstairs. I'm like, what do you mean you can't go downstairs? I'm like, well... Oh yeah. I mean, you, Caffeine, and Hershey could all go together. I can't find it.
True.
Yeah. I have to rebuild the whole PC.
Your time will come. Oh!
Drag dealer? You know what?
Drag dealers will probably be easier to find than bud tenders.
Yeah, let's go to Capitol Hill. We're fine.
And you remember the chocolate Theodora sent?
Yeah.
How fucking good was?
Okay, yeah. I didn't eat the other, the licorice one. That was the
Yeah,
other
the licorice chocolate is still there.
No, I ate the other one though. Yeah, that was gone. I think that was gone. If not day one, day two.
Little Fire here hadn't had that particular brand of European chocolate, and it's fucking good.
Yeah, and Alchemist's fiance got me the the other one.
Yep.
And I ate it, and I was like, why would you do this to me? Because now I can't eat
Yes.
American chocolate because it doesn't taste the same.
So Beadora, there is your Loki review. Also, Littlefire hung your one of the two cross stitches you did.
We
You
still
have it in the hallway.
We still have to do the giveaway.
Yes, gonna work out how to do that.
Yeah, we gotta figure that one out.
Because it's the
And the other ones are on the Christmas tree,
yes,
which needs to get taken down as it is almost February.
almost. But honestly, friends, like we're living in crazy times. No one's gonna begrudge us having a sparkly tree up for a little bit longer. I think you've sent me the Cars ones before, and it's just like a sugary, not marshmallow. It's not bad.
Yeah, those are in the snack cupboard.
Yeah.
I forget they're there because they're not in the open.
It's probably for the best. I'm already doing a damage to the fucking Doritos.
I forgot there was Doritos. You should have reminded me. Doritos.
And Reflective, Watto and welcome. How are you doing?
I used to keep a little mini tree that I got from Dollar Tree on my desk all year round, and I would just decorate it for different holidays.
Fuck yeah. I think it says we,
Valentine's tree. We
That's
can
it,
just
let me call it.
we can put little red and pink hearts on it.
I think this is we can't do that. It's just that at some point we have to take the plants out of Vershi's house.
You're supposed to play in that. That's
Yeah.
that's between you two. I have no stake in that game.
And now at this point it's a space challenge, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could just, maybe we don't need a TV.
Bolted to the ceiling. Jobs are good.
Steak doesn't grow on plants. I wish it did. Actually, technically, it can if you're a vegan.
It's just insanely expensive.
Oh, it's so expensive. What's crazy is like I switched to a vegan diet and my body loved it. My bank account did not. So I was like, shit. Fuck. Do I want money or do I want to feel healthy? I don't.
I mean, it's not even about it's not even about it would be a little bit more affordable. It would leave us destitute.
No, it would. It absolutely would because it was way too expensive for one person. Not that you would have to eat like that, but
Yeah.
yeah.
But our choices tonight are oven pizza and or orange chicken.
It's probably gonna be a pizza night. I feel like
I was kind of feeling that too.
because I don't want to cook rice, even though it's not really cooked. You just press a button.
I could. I just, for some reason, that amount of stodge just makes me feel heavy.
Oh, there's that.
Yeah, Aeon, it's good problems to have. We've been eating a lot more pork of late because it's really affordable out here. So, to those of you in the UK, you know what's super expensive out here? Lamb. I keep wanting to make Littlefire roast leg of lamb, and then I go and I look at the lamb prices and go, that exact noise.
Vegetarian cheese sandwiches every day. Heck yeah.
Hell yeah! Yeah, what is up with sheep? They're so easy to keep alive, and they're so cuddly. They're like dumber, fluffier cows. It's cattle, man. Apparently, except the cattle is very expensive as well.
Yeah.
It does, however, make finding a piece of beef like a little victory, like finding a good jacket in TK Maxx or, well, Goodwill. Oh, I found a pair of shoes in a TK Maxx once, like reduced down to like 15 quid from like 100.
That's good because TJ Maxx is expensive.
It is I think it's probably expensive now in the UK, but it was kind of like the secondhand.
It used to be like a slightly fancier version of Ross, but now it seems to have forgotten where it came from,
Yeah.
and it acts like it's some designer store.
No, Beadora, Westerns were all about fights between cow ranchers and the native indigenous tribes who lived here, who should have been allowed to keep their land, but weren't. To Dwarf, Watto, and welcome.
That's what it used to be here,
Yeah.
and then they started getting fancy.
Basically, if you've not encountered it, so TK Maxx, at least in the UK, is all the shit that doesn't sell in other clothing stores goes there before it basically gets chucked out. So you'll find things that are out of season, out of fashion, horribly ugly.
You can find some really expensive name brand makeups in there sometimes, if you're brave.
Yeah, just roll the dice. The one I found that saved my ass was I got these. They were Dead Mouse branded high tops, and they were like They were black with lime green details on. I'm not that big a fan, but they were so puffy and comfy. Those were what saved me from dying through E3, Gamescom, and PAX, because they were the equivalent of having like a carpet under your feet. I wouldn't have had comfy feet without it.
What do you call a man with no shins? Tony.
Tony. Actually, down a dwarf, what do you call a man with no shins? Whatever you want, just quickly. And down under dwarf, you have the Yaldo.
At least my reign lasted a long time.
Simple Chaos gets access to elk and deer. Oh,
Well, back where I'm from, you used to have super access to all that kind of stuff too. It's not the most common, at least not in this part of Washington. I'm sure there's parts of it that are.
yeah. I tell you though, if I learn how to make skulls, venison skewers, we're in trouble because we're just gonna become spears. I'm just gonna fire up the grill, and it's just.
I don't eat venison from sources I don't personally know. Sometimes they have parasites.
I have a name.
Other parasites.
A moose. That is a very good point. Me nan was super into westerns, so I watched a lot of them as a kid. And
That's true, Trish. It's very expensive. It's like a specialty meat, essentially.
oh, down at the dwarf says kegs of ales for all. We'll settle for a couple of glasses of wine. Does that count? Yeah, sorry, I derailed this entire conversation talking about TK Maxx.
Yes, I have to personally know the elk.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to be on a first name basis before I'll eat it.
Yeah. First name basis and eat them.
That was also a tagline on my dating profile. Thank you.
Huh. Seems to be a Papers, Please, but for running a guild?
Ooh, fun.
That's
I know what I want to play.
What do you want to play tonight? Oh. You know what? We can say it. No one's going to cross. Little Fire got early code for Goblin Sushi, and it looks brilliant.
I played a tiny bit on Steam Deck. It's fun. But I can't post videos about it until
Yes.
7.
Yeah, the embargo is February 7th.
Yeah.
What? Peter, we can't play Uno. They took away Uno.
Why would we play it? It's like the longship would be in flames. The gremlins would go into hiding again.
I think that if there's anything I've noticed with our little corner of the internet is that we could get everybody together and play fucking Mario Party. And everyone would be like, you know what, good game. Ah, shit, you got all the stars. Don't worry about it. But something like Uno,
No.
that's when guns would come out. People would get blasted from orbit.
I used to hate that. Friends would try to get me to play it. And I'm like, you don't want to play that game with me. And I'm like, no, it'll be fun. We're all friends. It's going to be fun. And by the end, I'm like, you piece of shit. Fuck you. Draw two. There was just a play test recently. A lot of people were in.
Yes. Fun.
Oh yeah, is that the... Yeah.
Yep, it's right there.
Right there.
Got it on quick draw. Just put the root beer next to it.
I'm not putting a can of root beer on the shelf, Will.
So what are you talking about? Danger mode.
What the fuck is that?
Wait, which are we?
No, the fucking game that popped up on fucking Steam.
Wait, which one?
Scroll up. Scroll up. Sisterly bliss. Don't let mom find out.
What?
The fuck is this? Focuses on the relationship between twin sisters? Offside patch required for 18 plus content. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's $25 for incest.
I'm not putting that on screen. Okay, I'm gonna find out what curator has put that forth, and I'm going to take them off my rotation.
Ew.
Quick, look at the berries. Look at the berries.
I want to look at the berries. I'm fucking traumatized. I forgot that they couldn't see what we were looking at.
Thank fuck. I think it's better if we just describe it on that one.
I don't want to describe that.
Simple Chaos got flashbanged by words. Give me a second to reboot.
Incest is free if you get it from family.
1 million years dungeon.
Curated by Freddy Krueger. I fucking hate Steve so much. What is wrong with y'all? Bring back shame. And jail time.
Shame and jail.
We can talk about what is allegedly supposed to be the TikTok replacement.
Do we have to?
Well, you know, I saw it on Blue Sky, and I was like, okay, you know what? Let me go ahead and secure my name, because if it does end up popping off, I want to make sure I already have a thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it will. So I make my fucking account, and I go into the tabs, and they have categories, right? So I'm like, let me try out gaming. Do not, for the love of God, go into the gaming tab in upscrolled. Don't fucking do it, because it doesn't say anything about gaming. It's memes from Instagram and then 17 pages of Pornhub. Don't fucking do it. And let me tell you, blocking people doesn't work. They still show up. Don't go there. And then meanwhile, everyone in the launch is like, what did you say it was?
What was that again? Up scroll?
Yeah. So anyway, I don't think that's gonna take over where TikTok left off.
Yeah.
Something tells me maybe that won't be it.
That's definitely up there with when someone's like, oh man, did you see that thing on Threads? No. And
Oh,
no one
no.
else did either.
No, those ex-girlfriend websites. Those are the worst. Which one though? Better or worse than book? I saw an anime chick's asshole spread so far open, she needs to go to the hospital. That's just ripped.
I think at one end you have first responders and at the other book talk.
That's fair, but I'll take neither. I'll take neither. So about even with book talk. No, yeah. Some of the stuff that was on book talk was pretty bad.
I guess they loop right back around. Darn it, I was trying to find a thing to show you, but it's not in any of this.
What are you trying to
Well, I
find?
can't show you too much, but they added the Fallout New Vegas special to Fallout 76. But what's very funny about it is that you can just get that as a mod for nothing, and this pack is $30 on Steam.
All right, I'm gonna need. I'm gonna need Fallout 76 to sit the fuck down. That's insane.
Although it is wild to me now that the rush towards Hollywood's desperate attempts to grasp on gaming. So while the US games industry is going through a really fucking hard time now, Hollywood is trying to latch onto it to survive. Did you just 86 Fallout 76? Yes, we did. So Yeti, TLDR, TikTok went bad.
At least in the US.
No, in the US.
Yeah.
In the US, it is now partially owned by the American government. It is more complicated than that, but it's quicker if you think of it thusly. And they are tracking your location, gender, citizenship status, mental health, physical health, sexuality, and all of the information of the people around you.
So
So yeah, I let my streak die I need to poison my data and get rid of it, but
Burton, jail. Yeah, wow, it's almost crazy, Theodore. It's almost like everything they said any other country does.
Hershey, exactly. That's the thing.
That's why myself and so many other people were like, oh, the last time TikTok was dying, they were like, oh, word? China's, this the reason it's going to go under is because of China? Hey, do you guys want to go to this particular app? That's... Oh, okay. We'll just give them our info directly. It's fine.
Though it was extremely funny, and sorry, I don't want to get into real world stuff because I know we're all struggling, but the funny one was during some of the nonsense going off, popping off here in the US last year, TikTok suddenly started recommending Chinese wholesalers. So like for like washing tablets and shoes and things like that, where you could buy directly from the people making the stuff that are sold on American stores for a minor fraction of the price. That's so weird that that started happening. That totally wasn't a response to any real world activities. I will say, I don't do it now, but I will say that I do not regret joining TikTok because it has taught me so much about cooking and showed me some twee little shit. Like, the last thing I saw that made me really smile was during these snowstorms, all the train fanatics, all the model train fanatics showing off their different snowplow trains and comparing them and seeing which ones work. One guy got a PC fan and put it on the front of one of his locomotives and tried to use that as a super snow shovel drill. So, and sorry, the thing I was showing Little Fire there while we were nattering was that the Fallout TV show, I'm really having a great time with it. And they flexed a new style of power armor in the last episode that was really fucking cool. Like, my little Fallout brain kind of went into overdrive on that one.
I missed out on the Vine train.
I actually got my, when Twitter was actually worth being on, the reason I was verified on Twitter was I went to a Vine masterclass hosted by Twitter.
We do there's a mountain of cardboard building next to the front door.
Oh yeah, no, we're doing it. But no, Vine was joyous. It was so funny because we weren't the only company who were at the masterclass. So all the social media people from Sega were sent, and I think there were some people from one other games company. I think it was Football Manager and Company Heroes and somebody else. And everyone was like, "Hey, how do we do that cool thing where we put like a bit of our trailer on Vine?" And they were like, "No, you're not allowed to do that." But Game of Thrones did, and everyone loved it. And the Wolverine movie did, and everybody loved it. And they're like, yeah, but it's against terms of service. And then we're just looking at each other being like, wait, so we came to this masterclass and we're not going to learn how to do the thing that everyone actually wants to see. Cool. But I got a sweet tripod, I got a fisheye lens like a clip onto an iPhone, and I got verified on Twitter. So yeah. That it also, when we talked to them, it also helped that both me and Craig were getting shit tons of death threats. So we're like, hey, everybody hates us, and we're getting fake accounts. Can we get verified? And they were like, don't worry about it. It was a different time. Okay, so, because I haven't seen you all in a couple of days, also, what have you all now been playing? Just to offset the social media stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Because don't get me started on Blue Sky. I like it, but it is a misery parade, and I need to find more positive people to follow.
Twitter's angry little brother.
Yeah. Or, I don't know, Twitter's middle child. Forever saying how cool and better they are than everybody else, but not actually doing anything. But I don't hate it. So Spilla's on Settlement Survival, Flufftopia. Yeah, craft that planet. Animal Well. Oh, yeah. So hang on, you got... Don't Starve is yours. Little Fire got you on Planet Crafter, and I got you on Animal Well. Ah. I will say I go through a phase of playing. Well, they're not called idle games anymore. They're called incremental games. And yesterday I got playing this one called Kin and Quarry, where you just send little fox people down a mine to mine ore for you. And it was like the goal is to strip mine each layer. So once you've cleaned all the blocks, then you get to start at the next layer. Or if you want to, you can start at the top. Moose is on the Warframe kick and counting. I'm scared to log in. Beadora, you have to specify which Dan. But yeah, Code Vein. I don't know if Code Vein just dropped or if it is dropping.
The original one was cool. But it was neat. Get to play as Souls-like, but anime.
Yeah. Bosh.
I don't like that.
Dead. Yeah, Vershi, I don't think they're here to actually discuss the back and forth of Gundam. I think they're a knobhead. I think. Might be. Bit of a knob.
Maybe. If not, they're cosplaying as one.
Yeah, and don't have that be your opening gambit.
So, let's see what else. Warframe.
No, Witch from Mercury is rad, and there are some problematic bits of it, but for the most part, Iron-Blooded Orphans is amazing. A better kind of, like, child soldier story that I've seen in most places. 8th MS Team is basically a Vietnam movie, but Gundams. It's just the point of almost every Gundam show, except for G Gundam, is, hey, war is bad for everybody. Maybe don't do war. Maybe don't do war. Maybe war is bad.
Maybe.
You know? The original Gundam series is about two styles of absolutism and how they both kind of don't work. Like, Amuro is an absolute pacifist. There should be no war. There should be no conflict. Char is, if we kill the people who make war, there's no more war. If you parallel park and colony on Australia, then maybe they'll stop doing a war. What is good for merch, though? Yes. It is ironic to me the amount of tiny models of weapons of death that I have from a show where weapons of death are bad and should never really need to exist. I mean, it's as bad as Amazon being the one selling fucking Fallout, the show.
Yeah.
It was the bit when I forget which episode we were watching, where they were all in the boardroom and they're debating all the evils that they're going to do as Vault-Tec, commanding the world, as a corporation without checks or boundaries. And then it cut to a fucking Amazon advert, and I'm just like... Yeah, Stardust Memory told us that investment in security is a complete waste. Oh... Yeah, I mean, Vershi, that's basically Char's plan is, can't have war if no government. That's a colony onto Earth. Okay. And why not? Emotional support Dreamcast music. Well, and Caffeine, that's the thing, is both Char and Amuro, they aren't wrong, and their sentiment is, you know, Char feels that if he wipes out all of Earth's government, if there's none of them left, they will stop trying to start fights with everybody in space. Because the Earth government is not good. Neither is Xeon or Neo-Xeon. And Amuro's whole idea of like, no, there should be no war, no conflict, is lovely in theory. In theory, we should live in a world with no conflict and no battles and whatnot.
That's not how that works, though.
Exactly.
It's just simply not true. That's not how that works. Not when humans exist.
And so but also he was never supposed to be this child soldier. He was just like son of the guy, and he was the only person who read the fucking manual for the Gundam. His superpower was that when he got into the mech, he didn't automatically assume he knew what to do.
Exactly, Captain. If you have at least one person, there will be conflict.
Because as long as there's 2 people left alive, someone's gonna want someone else dead.
Well, if there's one person, they probably want themselves dead.
That's,
That was too dark.
I don't know. There's some folks who'd be quite happy to be the last person.
I would thrive. I would walk around like a Disney princess, pet all the deers. Little birdies. And don't find a rock. Okay, but that rock knows what it did.
It had it coming. No, he just read the manual. He just read the manual. But yeah.
No.
Will fire truly be free while Will walks the earth?
Normal at this stage, Captain.
No.
You have
Oh, sorry, and the thing I was looking at earlier on the subject of robots. So Front Mission 3 is out on Steam. And here's what I will say. People who never played the original seem to be enjoying it. People who played the original seem to be hating it. At least according to what we know, the AI shit has been replaced with actual art. Because the Switch release of this was bad. They ran a bunch of the stuff through like AI upscalers, and there were like weird phantom people and shit that didn't make sense. I will say all of the art of the little pilots there looks a lot worse. The mechs look cool. If you never played it, Front Mission is a politically charged mech tactics game. This one, the hook is you only ever have 4 mechs in your team, so you gotta actually build a balanced squad. You can't just fucking front load it, but I can't recommend that you play this. But if you never played Front Mission and you're curious to give it a run around, maybe it's good. Did they leave New Zealand off the fucking map?
Well, did they or did AI?
Point.
We will never know.
One of the was it the OCU? Is all of these regions come together as one of the superpowers in Front Mission. But it doesn't. Look, I'm not gonna play it for 2 reasons. One, if it is bad, Numbers is in there. Imaginary Numbers. What did you do? Because like, if I play it and it's bad, it will upset me on a core fundamental level. And if that is the case,
Then I have to hear about it.
literally what I was gonna say, you'd have to hear about it, and not just like maybe once or twice.
No, it would be all day, every day for at least 2 months.
Hey, are you awake? Are you awake? Are you awake?
No.
Let me tell you about something in Front
Oh,
Mission 3 that's
for
annoying
God's
me.
sake. Does this rag smell like chloroform? Sleep.
Oh, people don't want AI. People want the tranquilizer gun from fucking Metal Gear Solid 2.
Is that stuff?
That is one whole Steph.
That is a whole step.
Pew, 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 pew. That's what you want.
That is what I've been asking God for. Same.
Well, they want snacks. Do you also want snacks?
Sure.
So Steph, we're kind of just having like a spot of wine and just a chat and a hangout.
He's supposed to be handing it off to me, but he's stalling because he hates me.
I'm stalling because you said it was a little early, but we can make a move on.
That was hours ago. I mean, you know, whatever. We you know.
Well, I tell you what, do you want to do like Twitch setup-y stuff now while we're talking, and I'll keep these mother hubbards entertained.
Get out of the seat.
Okay, because we're just chatting. I don't be either. I'd say 6:30 is pretty early. We've drunk until then. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Because if you're going to be taking the driving seat, so let's get your chair. My chair's too small for little fires.
It's so fucking it literally my legs are squeezed so far in together.
Looks very good though.
I know it's very uncomfortable. Okay, let me do stuff and get started.
Okay. However, Steph, after the Snowway to Sneven, the Longship have been getting me to do squats.
Yeah.
So now I am an assless disaster. This has been well documented, but walking javelin.
I tried to look to see if I could change my name to just one E, but somebody has.
They're still camping it.
Yeah, and they don't even fucking stream.
Ugh.
So like, get off the fucking username, you goddamn creature.
Yeah, Caffeine, that's me. Mobile Stick Ginger. I'm still laughing at Ben's joke of, please.
Frank said, when is the heavy rain happening?
That's a good point. I have not really started next month too hard. I don't think we have any massive things aside from Valentine's Day for next month.
Yeah, not really.
So honestly, we could do the David Cage match next Friday. Roast of Heavy Rain, get some bevies on. Controlled, well, they're calling it Control Matey Boys Day Out in New York, whatever. I don't think we have a date for it. But at least the rig will be strong enough to run Control 2 when it drops. I am so sorry. I'm going to be insufferable when that drops.
When it drops? Insufferable when? Like, it's as if you're not already.
You notice I've never asked you to play Alan Wake.
You absolutely have. You actually mentioned it the entire time. The one time we went fucking hiking, you took it down Alan Wake with which.
In my defense, we're hiking in the PNW.
And I was like, can you get the fucking beads out of your goddamn mouth? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Change my fucking account. Yeah, get out of here.
It was very funny. Oh, actually, I need to do credits once you are
I
all set up.
haven't done anything.
Okay. No, I just realised I had forgotten. I was jumping around too much.
As you should, friend. As you should. I'm not gonna switch off on anything until you do your shit.
Okay. Yeah, no, so this coming Friday we could do
Alan,
the...
wake up, samurai.
the David
We've got
Cage match.
references to burn.
Up your ass, probably.
No. That's where we're keeping the cutlery.
Oh, ew. I put those in my mouth, Will.
I could not possibly comment.
Oh, Alan, wake up, samurai. We've got references to burn. Oh, God.
Yeah, so Scotty, I couldn't even run Alan Wake 2 on potato mode in the previous rig. It was such a jump.
What am I intending to play? So we're going to be playing a game called Dead Format.
Scottish VHS indie horror.
What button is this again? Gameplay?
Yes.
It's going to be this. It's going to be cool, probably, maybe. Much better than the fucking last game that was on the screen.
Yeah, Oh, you meant Front Mission.
No, I meant the fucking other game.
I was just saying that I still feel bad that the last game you went for, the Below Low, whatever it was called.
You had me in Scottish, but how about no? Well, unfortunately, I am an indie horror gremlin, so that's what I play. If I'm not playing a shooty game.
And honestly, like, this is one that I wanted to do with y'all. Like,
The thing is, this is a game that you have been talking about doing for a while, but you never get to it because you're always like, but the Longship wants to... Okay, so I'll do it. And you can be in the side seat and it will get played.
yeah, essentially this is filling the slot of Longship After Dark, and, you know, I have been very much enjoying the Game Club stuff. This was definitely the hardest game we've done of the three so far, so I'm going to be curious to see what the next one is.
Someone called Silk Song Horror. I think they're on drugs, but...
Silk Song can be horrifying, but it is not horror.
Everybody throws everything in the horror genre, and it's not. Silk Song is not horror in any capacity.
Well, there is an eldritch horror ending that I can't talk about. Now, Bug Snacks is horror.
Sod.
Bug Snacks is body horror. I'm not backing down on this one. Back me up, homies. Bug Snacks is horror.
I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm.
No, bring up Bug
Live-
Snacks.
I don't want to bring up Bug Snacks. You know what? How do you spell it? Bug Snacks? Bug Snacks.
Bug Snacks.
This is not. It's not.
Full screen that shit.
You catch mysterious living snacks and feed them to your friends. That's totally normal.
Yeah, no, keep watching.
What do you mean? It's just a typical game about nature.
It's so normal. Except for when you eat the strange nature.
So what? So okay. So how is this different than real life humans eating cows and snake and?
Because if you eat a
gator?
snake, you don't turn into a snake. You're not irreparably morphed into some nightmare creature.
You didn't know that. Have you ever been to Florida?
Touche.
Okay then.
Was that a Scotch egg? Was he just petting a Scotch egg?
It's not. It's just a chill little
They've
game.
got vegetable hands.
It's just a chill little game. I think you're being dramatic, if I'm being honest. It's not. It's not a horror game. What is the thing? Creature collector, adventure, single player, and story rich. It doesn't say anything about horror in there.
No, this trailer is not showing how fucking dark it gets. This is
What do you mean? It's just a chill little game for babies.
like watching the trailer for.
Look, this is some barbecue ribs or something next to corpses.
It's like watching the first 30 seconds of the trailer for Sleepaway Camp. You know, it's just like
Just some French
fine.
fry spiders.
French fry spiders, and it doesn't at all warp your physical form.
I should play it. No, it's just a game about ponies.
See, Vershi, I would never make that joke about anyone, but you can make it about yourself. Yeah, Silent Hill is just a guy who's just on a fun weekend adventure with his wife.
Who's in the trunk?
Technically, it's the backseat, but.
This is a game I actually wanted to get to and play, but like off stream. This would be like an off stream game.
Oh yeah, no. Honestly, one of these evenings I'm gonna pop it on, and it's just gonna be a good night of bevies and horror.
This is a game I picked up because I was gonna play it with Crazy Mike for his birthday stuff, but all the spots were filled up. And since it's a game I won anyways, I didn't return it. So
I will grab a copy as well. The problem is like who's wearing what maid outfit. Like that's gonna be the challenge.
I mean, well, we can't wear the same one because
Exactly.
one of us is gonna have to change, and it's not me. But yeah, there's nothing else to really show there.
Whoa, Steph, whoa. We're wearing maid outfits. Like, I don't know, you'd have to ask Little Fire if you got an invite to this.
Who the fuck do you think Steph is? Steph is always invited to the maid cookout. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? There's no invite needed. Absolutely, Steph. You wanna be maid goblins with me? Us, I mean. I guess us. I guess Will will be there.
Well, I'm not sharing my outfit, that's for sure.
Of course they brought their own maid costume. God. Yeah.
Ah, yes. The gays can't be harmed if the cat boys are armed. Okay. Right, let me say my thank yous.
Oh.
And then friends, I shall pass you on over. Look. We have both been getting our fucking asses kicked by life, the universe, and everything. But one thing that I said a couple weeks back, and one thing that we both agree on, is that it's never a stress and it's never a chore. Like, streaming's a fucking joy. I love doing it. Fuck you, Fred.
Don't worry, the prime entertainment is on the way. Will just has to drag it out a little bit, okay?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
I'm like a hype person making you wait for the main show. No, seriously. Like, life is a lot right now.
There's a lot, and I need it to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the chill vibe, where it's just Doritos and Halo 3.
Yeah. Well, we can do Doritos and box wine tonight. Oh, and just very quickly, Steph is asking if you've seen a new Psylocke skin.
I'm sorry, no, what? I did not.
Fuck you. Caffeine with life is like a hurricane. Here in Duckburg. Oh, Hellscape also working. Oh, Vanderbeest, every night with me is a wine unboxing. Okay, but look, friends, it is not a hardship or a struggle to stream for you all. It is a joy and a fucking privilege. So, you know, this game club was an interesting one because I was doing my best to find the positives, and I think we did. But even once game club was done, we got to hang out and have a natter. So, seriously, friends, like, thank you. Let me thank this train before you show me whatever thirst fire you two have found. Yeah, thanks, Steph. You're rolling that grenade into my household. Alright.
I'm single.
What?
Since literally right now. No, it's just a silence news. It's cute.
Okay. I can pull it off.
You didn't watch me when I played Bayonetta for the first fucking time. That was on a stream.
Bayonetta... You learn a lot about yourself playing Bayonetta.
Oh yeah, immediately the words that left my mouth is I'm definitely gay. Like I knew, but I'm definitely gay. The positive is that it's over. I mean, sorry, that was my thoughts on it. The game.
Oh.
Burton said, is the positive is that it's over.
And maybe I'll fuck with it in my downtime, and maybe I'll try and see through it. I don't know, because the thing was, when we finished doing, was it 47 killers? 24 killers, that was it.
Yeah, 24 killers.
I wanted to find an excuse to keep going, right? I couldn't justify it because you all would have basically divorced me. What's Will doing? 24 killers. He's been playing 24 killers for several months. Oh, should we go somewhere else? Yeah. You know, it's that... What's the Bob Burgers quote? It's that album where all your friends go, ooh, that's not so good. But then you go to rehab and it's fine.
Exactly. That's what he said it, and immediately the internal eye rolling that happened. I'm like, no, you're not. You have a backlog the size of Guatemala that you haven't touched, that of games you actually want to play. You know what it is? Because he doesn't want me to push his fucking love interest off the goddamn cliff.
I am not Team Shadowheart.
You look like a Shadowheart person.
I don't like. Okay. I'm putting this. I'm so mad I can't even spell boulders.
You can't spell it right now, is it? That's.
Ah! There we go.
Ew! I'll never forget the first time Lazelle fucking hit on me, and I was like, ew! Get off me!
As opposed to what? This? I went to a lot of metal clubs. I've met Shadowheart before.
I don't know, dude.
I can't tell you stories on this recordable format, but I know the exact kind of person.
Mm-hmm. So anyways, we'll search history.
But then...
Smash 17 Ways to Sunday. Will deserved better in the game, not in real life. In the game.
Wow. Wow. That cackle.
Ah.
Alright, you beautiful terrorists. Look, through all the memeage and Game Club and all the nonsense, I just wanted to say a proper thank you. Like, I'm sorry yesterday didn't happen, but here everybody was, and we had a fucking raid, we had a fucking train, and it was, fucking cool. Bash my elbow. I'm failing at credits here. Spiller with the credits dodge. Well played. Okay, so to Alf.gov, the Mental Monk, Air Dragon, Birthday Cake, and PP Chair. Fucking terrors. Whether it was a gifted comedy sub to fuck with me, or long spree, thank you. To Eriman, Simple Chaos, Akari Zero, J-Post, Divershi, Mental Monk, Bacon Avenger, Vanderbeast, Puns, Scotty Doggy, Down Under Dwarf, and Aeon Digital, you threw in a fuckload of bits. There was a massive change. You guys are fucking cool. Seriously. Thank you. And to the whole moderation team, not just Rhymes and Moose and Caffeine, but also Nova and Tal, you fucking legend.
Nova's watching Iron Lungs. I hope they like it.
Ooh, yes. I didn't look to see if there are any showings, but I don't think we have the cash.
By this time, they're gonna be sold out, I'm sure.
Yeah. I'm still curious to see it, like...
Yeah, but I would like to watch it from the, because snacks alone at a movie theater.
Smuggle that shit in. But,
Is it at Ballard's Theater?
I mean, I would like it at the Cinebar that I've been to a few times, because I definitely want to get some bevies in for that one, but that's another story. Ooh, a majestic bear. Oh. Okay.
Florida with iron palms.
It kind of does. Not a reputable one either. Vershi, if it was a quote from me, it would be, yes, I'm a hater and a gatekeeper. Right, so friends, I'm passing over to Little Fire. We're going to do Dead Format. God, these games will blend. So please, please, please don't go anywhere. And don't panic, alright?
Why would you tell them not to? They're going to now.
No, that could be
It's
fine.
like telling me to calm down.
No, that's a death wish.
Hasn't stopped me.
Of everything that's happened.
Look what you done.
Ah,
Look at
piss.
the anima. And Kakashi set the fucking picnic basket on fire.
Oh, that's right. I took everything except the root beer out of it.
Oh, sorry, Burton.
Sorry, Burton. What was that? Root beer.
Yeah, just give it a few seconds and hit refresh because apparently Twitch doesn't like doing this anymore.
Yeah. Boosh. Yeah, no, like, I would need to get a fucking bite suit if I was going to tell you to calm down. Like, that's my Jackass audition.
Yeah, no.
Hi, my name's Will Overguard, and I'm going to tell Little Fire to calm down. Welcome to Jackass!
I want to say it's probably just start laughing and hear sirens. Like a word? Oh.
I just imagine one of those anime punches where they do, like, the twist, and, like, the fucking bodysuit also gets, like...
I'm going to put you in a new dimension. This is a new domain expansion.
Domain expansion. Infuriated Little Fire. Domain expansion. What do you mean, calm down? That's some true fear. Oh, we have new Jujutsu Kaisen. No. No, Scotty, that's a bite suit. I need a strike suit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right. Get your butt comfy.
Okay.
Once they hit your side, there's gonna be screaming and.
I know, because you
Random
fucking told
noises.
us not to panic.
It's like when someone says, "Don't wind up the dog." What am I immediately gonna do?
Not. He needs a height suit. Alright, I'll see you guys in a moment. Don't scream!
Who do you reckon's gonna get the first screaming?